Hello, hello, everyone, and welcome. Welcome to the fourth edition of the Caterdokupillar stream. If you have no idea what's happening right now, let me give you a rundown. So essentially, all these puzzles you see over here, except for the ones that are empty, of course, are puzzles that have been set by setters, different setters, and they're all linking together by the corner digits. They're all Sudokus, for the most part. I think they're all Sudoku-esque puzzles, and they all link together by these corner digits. So the idea is that if someone is solving this Caterdokupillar puzzle, they will go through and solve each of the puzzles in order, and the corner digits will lead them through a trail of wonderfulness. Sorry, just confirming something with my volunteers here. We have wonderful volunteers. We have Chameleon on coordination right now. We have Malrog making this giant big grid and updating it throughout the stream. We have Tog providing our guests with some links, and we also have the Asylum doing a technical check with the guests before they enter the stream. We're going to have some setters who are talking. All of our setters today are going to be speaking aloud, which is amazing. And you might not be able to tell with how many puzzles are going by, but there are 127 puzzles that have been set. And there have been some setters who have been setting offline, so off the stream, between our two streams, so I'll mention them now. We had John, Jonn, Narrator, Bence Joful. I always want to say joyful, but it's Joful. King of Arrows, Doom Diat, Palando, Chili, Sujoiku, Christopher Moore. We had my fiance. She set a puzzle to link some puzzles that were broken. We had my cat Clark helped me set a puzzle. Well, he was the one driving it, really. It's really focused on his lifestyle, but he definitely placed most of the clues there and had the main ideas. And then Benny, my other cat, also set a puzzle for this to link together two grids. And then we had Rainbow Sprinkles. We had Rad Dude, otherwise known. We had Jay Dyer. We had Analytical Ninja, Zagrez, Heliopolix. I always say this wrong, and people always correct me, and I can never remember what it is. We had Quinlux. We had Rocky Rower. Hello, Smitha and Jim and Chameleon and Malrog. No, this isn't a solving stream. This is actually a setting stream. So we're actually going to be setting puzzles that are going to go into this grid. So you see those empty grids there. We're going to be setting puzzles that can go into those. It'll be interesting. Solving and setting are a lot alike. So if you like solving, I think you're going to enjoy setting. So stick around and check out what we have going now. We already have the setters already in the calls, so we can go over and start early, and hopefully then we will never fall behind. So let's go and check in with our first guest, Mr. Menace. Hello, Mr. Menace. How are you doing? I am muted. Hello, Mr. Menace. How are you doing?
Oh, sorry, my mute button was still on as well. So
I had the
here I
same
am.
issue.
So tested everything, but still got a bit of a fluke there, but that's all right. I'm good. How are you?
Good. So what are you going to be
All
treating
right.
us to with our first puzzle of the day?
That's right. So is my screen shared already?
Yep.
Then I'll get going. So actually, Wessel tried to talk me into making a Sudoku pencil puzzle hybrid, but I gave it a bit of thought, and I thought the 6x6 was a bit restricted. So I think I'm going to go for something else. So what I'm trying to go for is a puzzle that I made before, like a puzzle variant, and I think it was Zagros's idea in the first place, with arrows which point to the number in the bulb. So let's say we put an arrow here, then whatever number comes into this circle, like must occur somewhere the arrow is pointing towards. So I made a 9x9 quite some time ago with this rule, and I think it was pretty cool. So obviously there's going to be some coloring, or at least some equal digits in the grid that we don't know yet, but I think this can make for an interesting puzzle. So I
If
think
anyone
it's going to get
knows
cool.
my puzzle history, they know that I am a big fan of this rule set. I have made way too many puzzles with it.
I didn't realize, but that's a nice coincidence.
That's funny.
So what I figured is I'd start with something like this. This was something that I had in my mind when I was thinking about this variant in a 6x6. So because there's a couple of ways this can work. Either these are all the same numbers, and actually they have to be the same as the squares in the corner. So in this case that would be 4. Or otherwise, these cells are equal to this one, and these cells are equal to this one.
Right.
So I think I'm gonna try making it like this, but it shouldn't be too obvious in the first instance when you look at this. And obviously, the one cell arrows make for any digit can go on here, right? So
Mhm.
we have a bit of room to play with. So let's see if I can do some highlighting. So let's open up once, not these ones.
So I'll let you get a start on that, and we'll go check in with our other guest whose name is eluding me right now. We have CJK in the other call, which we will go check in with, and we'll return to see what you have come up with in the meantime.
All right, thanks.
Excited for that one. Hello, CJK. How's it going? Am I muted again?
Hello, it's going very well. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Or thank you for asking. I meant to say. That's what my brain said, but not my voice. All right, what are we setting with today?
I actually have a small story about the variant I'm planning to set. At the German Sudoku Championships, this year there was one round containing kind of a samurai Sudoku with different grids interconnected, and it was not clear in the instruction booklet whether the assignment of the rules to the grids are given or not. And there was one Sudoku, which was an XV Sudoku, and one Sudoku, which was a inequality Sudoku. And I thought that it could be funny if we have like those signs in between regions. If that is not clear if it's in V or an inequality sign. And that's more or less the idea. I want to set a Sudoku that's a mix-up of those two variants, containing only this sign rotated in some way.
That sounds hilarious.
That's like it.
It's also kind of, I guess, synergistic because a V can only have 1 through 4, and the lesser than part of
Yeah.
a less than symbol can only contain 1 through 5, so you automatically know that 6 can't go in the lesser than part either way.
That's right, yes. I believe this V is not that there are not that many possibilities except for the inequalities. The only ways are 1, 4 and 2, 3 and normal inequalities. So I don't think that this variant has that much logic inside, but it's just a cool gimmick.
Mhm.
Let's see. Okay, so I would assume that this puzzle is probably going to be a little bit on the easier side. For example, we can just put the
Right.
one here because this is 2-3 is not possible anymore. And what else can we do? I mean, we have 4 and 5 here. So maybe if we put an actual V here. Okay, maybe this is already too easy. Trying to think about ways. Maybe this would be an interesting start to have both possibilities given with the V.
Mm-hmm.
It has to go here. We could use this inequality. Then the 5 has to go on the left because otherwise the 6 has to go there, which is not possible. And then we already know this.
Some nice roping going on.
This is a contradiction. I shouldn't do this.
Oh yeah, that is a
This
contradiction.
sign is not possible. Yeah, because in here can only be 5 or 6.
So when the symbols are rotated, are they always going to be less than or greater than symbols, or is it
I mean, I
possible
could
that it's
also
a V?
put a symbol like this, but they follow standard rules. So if it's a V in the correct orientation, it has to be a V. And if it's an inequality sign, it has to be an inequality sign.
Right. So it's only not determined
for
if
those
it's...
two signs we already know.
Right.
If it's
right.
this orientation and between. Yes, exactly. That was
Okay.
the idea. So what can we do? I also thought about connecting some of those
Right.
V's, but I'm not sure if there's some interesting logic to be found.
Well, I mean, it could
Or if
always
it's just
be descending, right? But then if it's...
exactly.
I guess the interesting question, could it be two V's with a less than symbol in between?
Oh yeah. I
Be
don't
cool if
see
it
anything
worked
that...
out to be that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go check in with Mr. Menace, and we'll come back and see what you've
Sure.
come up with in the meantime. Hello, hello. It looks like you've... Oh, it's 4 anyway. That's interesting.
Well, no, actually, that was because I put this arrow here, and
Okay.
then because that I figured that was restricting this cell quite a bit. But then I figured out if this was a 6, then I'd have nowhere to put 6 in this box. So combine that a little bit. So that's actually quite a nice one. So if this was 6, this is 1, 3, 4, or 6, obviously, then this should be 6 as well. This obviously cannot be 6, so this should be pointing towards this cell, which then becomes a 6. But then this box is broken. So
Right.
actually, that's pretty cool. And then I can put the 4 here, which needs to go on there as well. And then this becomes a 4 as well. So I can remove all the highlights. These cells are all the same. But then let's see if I can make this a bit more interesting, or at least continue this a little bit. Fine. So the thing is that I have now, well, quite a lot of fours, but not a lot of other action in the grid. So I have to figure out how to fix this. And I put this here, well, because of symmetry, obviously. But let's see if that makes any sense. Let's do 5 or 6. I'm just going to point here or here.
Yeah, there's not a lot of interaction within columns 1 and 2 right now.
That's true. That's true. I was playing around with the idea of putting an arrow somewhere here as well. Somewhere like this or something.
Right.
Which obviously has to point to this cell, so that might be interesting. So this is a 3 or 5. Can be a, oh, it can be a 3. Putting a 1, 2 here. Could be something. Goes the other way. This is maybe not so nice. No, it's gonna work. Because then this was a 6 here, 6 here. I think just through a little bit. Or maybe even go with this one. Let's see if I can point that way or something. Maybe more like this. Because
Yeah,
then
that could be
either
interesting.
one of these two has to be a 6, so this cannot be a 6 anymore.
Right, and you get a 1-5 on the 6 because there's already a 4 in the box. Yeah.
And I'm not placing a 6 directly here either, so that can be nice. So this is 6, or this is 6, so this cannot be a 6. Let's see if I can do a similar thing. I really have to be careful not to clutter the grid too much. So fine. Now this is gonna be a 6. So 6.
Oh, that's weird. If row 5, column 3 is a 6, then look at what happens to the 6 in column 4.
Hold on. In column 4 needs to be here as well.
Right, so either whether that's a 6 or the other one's a 6, that one's a 6.
This one's a 6 anyway.
Yeah, that's weird.
But that doesn't tell you anything about this one. No,
it doesn't.
Weird, but that's all right. It's all right. Now this has to be a 6, and this has to be a 6, and this cannot be a 6 actually.
Right. I guess you don't need to do the deduction after all. It's just kind of weird.
No, it was a bit weird, but that's all right. Let's see. So this needs to be then a 3 with a 1 or a 2. This breaks because this needs to be a 5. Oh, hold on. You still see it?
Yeah, it's gonna break.
It's gonna break. Yeah, not too bad. Maybe I like this deduction, so I'm trying to take this arrow out and bend it a bit differently or something. Okay. Does it still work like this?
Yeah, yes. I think it still does.
Yeah, it does.
So then maybe something with that 2-5 pair that you get in the column, because now you know that the 2-5 in column 4 that's not on that arrow creates a virtual pair with the 2-5 that needs to go in that box. So then the other two cells can't be 2 or 5. So maybe that helps somehow.
1, 3, 6.
Kind of weird.
6. It's kind of weird. I like this weirdness in this kind of type of like 4x4 stuff. All right. And then this is interesting as well, because this needs to be a 3 because it cannot point to a 1 anymore.
Right.
Right? So this is a 3, 3. And that doesn't give me much else.
I guess row 4, column 3.
Can it be a 3?
Can't be 1 or 5,
Oh,
so it needs to be 2 or 6, yeah. Is that helpful?
Can be 2 or 6, right?
Yeah.
It's not per se.
Mm.
Not per se. Let's see. So the 3 has to be here. Has to be here. So this has to be 1, 3, 1, 2, 3.
And that
Color
digit,
is
it
this one?
might be worth noting that that digit has to go in row 5, column 2 as well, because of the natural roping.
That's true. This one you mean?
Yeah.
This one. So this is a 3, 1, 1, 2, 3. It needs to be 3. 3.
Yeah,
So
Chili, you
1,
can make
2, 3.
suggestions
No.
in chat for sure.
Yes, of course. Doesn't work with this arrow. This arrow is going to be useless. Can I see the chat as well, or is it in YouTube?
Yeah, the YouTube chat if you want to bring it up.
Yeah, I don't. No, I don't see that.
Right, I'm gonna check back with CJK
Sure.
and see how he's holding up, and then pop back in later. Good luck with the rest of it.
Thanks.
Hello. Looks like you've made some progress.
I did make some progress.
Oh, interesting.
I realized that.
You changed some things.
Sorry?
You changed some things.
I changed more or less everything. I realized that this sign from earlier is quite powerful.
Oh, yeah,
This mean without that either it is a 4 or 1 over here.
Mhm.
Which gives, together with this inequality or V sign, gives some progress. And now I'm running into a problem of disambiguating 2 or 3. If I have like a 2 or 3 pair here and here, there's no way to force them into one solution.
Right.
So this can't be a 2 or 3 by uniqueness. But how do I prove this? Oh, maybe something like this would work, because then this cannot be a 5 or 6, and has to be a 2 or 3.
Right.
And this has to be larger. So I quite like the placement over here, where one could think, okay, this has to be a 2, obviously, but both possibilities are still an option, because this could be a V. I mean, here also can't be a 2 or 3, because otherwise this would be the same problem.
You know what would be interesting? The one that you just added. I wonder if you flip it and then push it up 1 cell.
And I mean, like here.
Yeah, then you would be able to tell that that's a 4, and that would still have to be lower than a 4, because it can't be a 5 clue, right? So that would be I think you still get the same marks, but then you would
Oh,
get
yeah.
that's a 4
Yeah, that's right.
instead of a 1. And then we could get the 4s
Mm-hmm.
disambiguated a little bit. Oh, and the 3 and the 2. So maybe that does something.
Yeah, that's quite a lot. This is not good.
Oh, that could still be 2 though. Right.
Exactly.
Ah. Not as much
It's
as
not
I
that
thought.
easy to
Yeah, I know.
think about this.
The good thing is that the less than signs, even if you know they're less than signs, they don't really constrain things that much until you have pencil marks in.
Yeah, that's right. I believe the only way to disambiguate 2 and 3 is by having 2 next to each other and inequality of no, is not, and an inequality sign in the middle.
Is that the only way?
And I believe that's. I believe so.
Yeah, I guess because they're consecutive, so you can't. Anything that's greater than
Yeah,
them is
exactly.
greater than both of them. Anything that's less than them is less than both of them, right?
Yeah, so let's
That's
do it this way. And we still want to force a 2, 3 here.
right.
So we can say that this has to be larger than 4, which is this sign. Quite an obvious step, but oh no, there can't be 5. Never mind. This does not work.
I guess a V there would work.
Okay, so now this.
It's quite obvious.
Yeah, the V would work. So there's only one solution left because we want to have 2, 3 here. I believe. I hope so. Yes.
Yeah,
But how do we
so.
force it? Yeah. I think it would be enough to have the 5 over here.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh no, that's the wrong way. We don't want the 5 to be there.
Oh, so maybe you could make that upside down, and then it could be a 5
We
or
want a 2 or 3 be here.
but it can't be a 1, right? So then if 4 is greater than the number, then it can't be a 5.
Oh, yeah, I really like this. That's nice. And it's also one of the signs with 2 possibilities.
Yeah, so it
And I
doesn't.
believe now it
Yeah.
does finish. Oh,
Sick.
nice. And this is the wrong way, which I like. Perfect.
Perfect. Well, thank you. It's enjoyable to watch.
So I will probably give it another test solve.
Sure. Let me grab those.
Just to be sure that I didn't miss anything.
Yeah.
I mean, I could miss have something, but I shouldn't have done some logic that is not there.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see.
All right. Well, thank you.
Okay.
I'll hop over to Mr.Menace and you can sign off once you're confirmed you're good. Thank you,
Yeah.
CJK. Have a good one. Hello, hello.
Hi there. This solves, at least this has a unique solution, I think.
Okay.
The only thing I'm worried about is this step that leads to a 5 in this arrow, because it seems a bit weird, because if I put a 2 here, it's going to be a 5, it's going to be a 2. It's going to be a 2, this has to be a 6, this has to be a 6, and this has to be a 2.
And this breaks, or
broke earlier. Yeah, this breaks. So there's no room for a 6 in row 3. So let's see if I can deduce that a bit more elegantly.
Well, I think we get
Right. Okay. No,
we
this
get
is all
this
right
pretty
because
easily, right? Because the
if this is a
arrow.
2, this needs to be a 2, and this cannot be a 6 because of this one.
Well, I think you can get it a little bit easier because that arrow with the 2 6 on it, it can't see a 6.
Yeah.
There's
Oh,
nowhere.
right. Yeah, you're right.
So then it
Yeah,
just is
yeah,
a 2.
yeah. This was the clue that I put in last, but this is not too bad actually, because
And then
this
you get the
then
5.
goes
Yeah.
here. This is the 5 here, so it's 1, 3, 6. This is the 6. This is the 3. This is the 6. And then I was worried for a deadly pattern here, but it's actually all right. This one is a 5. It's a 5. 2, 1, 3, 1, 6, 3, 1, 1. Pretty cool. Well, let's see how this grid looks, because obviously that's important to me as well. That's all right. I like it.
Yeah.
It has some nice deductions there as well. Yeah, I'm quite happy with this one.
Could you show the solution just for one more second?
Of course.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you so much. Hello.
Oh, you were looking for the... Yeah, sure.
Yeah, the digits, the digits. The oh so important digits for the next setter.
Exactly. All right. Were there any suggestions from chat in on YouTube?
No, not for your puzzle.
All right. Okay. All good then. So that's it for me then.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me, and good luck with the rest of the stream.
Thank you. Have a good one. All right, we'll get GDC in to here soon, and ICHTUES is supposed to join us soon. He's just having some technical difficulties. Let me say hello to some people in the chat before we move on. Hello, Bookworm. Spunky Pie. Florian's here. Chili, I don't know if I said hi to you yet. Dorler is here. And Ambrose is here. Hello, everyone. Welcome. And Zegres. Zegres here for his pointing some arrows. I always contribute that to Mr.Menace because that's the first place I saw that, but I guess I should contribute it to Zegres as well and be able to go back and fix those LMD posts at some point here. Do we have links for... Yeah, we're just chilling, waiting for links to be set up for the next setters, but we have lots of time here. Welcome to anyone who just joined us. We are setting a Caterdokupillar, this beautiful thing that you see on screen. Each of the Sudokus links to the next one by the corner digits. As you saw in Mr. Menace's puzzle, those oh so important digits in the corner 4, 3, 1, and 2 need to link to the next puzzle. So the next setter will start with 4, 3, 1, and 2 in the corner, and they will do whatever they want with that, and then we will continue from their digits. This is quite the undertaking. There are 120 something puzzles, 130 almost now, I think. 29, I think. 130. 129, I think, is where we're at now. We should get some new setters rolling up here pretty quickly. Let's just check in with CJK, make sure that everything's all right with him. Everything good here?
Sorry?
Everything good with the puzzle and...
Everything good. I'm happy it works
Perfect.
just as I wished.
Awesome. It's a really, really neat idea.
Thank you.
Very, very cheeky.
Yeah. Okay, so see you.
Yeah, see you later.
Bye.
Hello, GDC. adjust your...
Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Right?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
That's great.
How's it going? What are we setting with
so-
today?
We're setting with arrows today
Sweet, yeah.
and also exams.
Ooh.
So the idea basically is that we can have arrows that are leaving the grid, which I can't do here. Maybe I will just use cosmetic lines for
Okay.
that and retypeset things later. We have arrow leave the grid, and if they do, the outside clues will just act as exams.
Fun,
So
fun.
if we have a total of 6 here and a 2 here, we could have like a 1, and this can be imagined as a 3.
Cool.
So that's the basic idea of the puzzle. And
Can the exams
just
be
got the
bigger
grid.
than... Can they be bigger than 1 to 6?
Well, if the circle is outside, it's possible, yes.
Right.
If I make all the circles inside, it would not be. I will have to look at the givens now for a moment. I see this given 3 is very interesting because if I create an arrow that looks like this with the circle on the outside, then we get this scenario where this cannot be a 1 because it would make the circle a 1. A 2 would repeat the digit here because for the exams we add those 2 digits and those 2 digits.
Mhm.
And now the 3 is very powerful because there's a 4 into this cell. And actually for 4, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. So this is very lucky that I got this edge 3 here because that's a quite rewarding deduction at this point.
Mhm.
Right, so we have basically a 10 arrow going up in the exam and also a 10 arrow here. Another thing might be interesting. Let's see. We have something like this could also be powerful, where we just have a 1-cell arrow that connects an inside to an outside cell. Because in this scenario, the cell next to the outside cell will always be a 2 or a 3 because 1 is a repeat in the row.
Mhm.
But yeah, so this will always be a 2 or 3, and this will always be a 3, 5, 6. But I can see that here it doesn't work because of these 2 looking in. Maybe I can find another spot. It looks a bit weird to see the arrows drawn as lines.
Yeah,
I
a
will
bit, yeah.
retypeset this later. So I think in this case, we can force a 2 because the 3 would immediately make the exam a 6.
Mhm.
But the 1 is not available. So
Yeah.
this, yeah.
Maybe the
So
other
this will
way?
be a 3, 5. What do you mean the other way?
Oh, no, sorry. I got confused. It's good. Yeah, 3 or 4
Yeah,
will work.
the is equal to the digit here. Right, and this will be immediately a 3, 5, or 6, but it can't be a 3 or a 5. So this is just deceptively powerful, which I kind of like. And that also resolves this, which is quite nice. So we already have, we have roping, which is a little bit more powerful than I wanted it to be, but that's fine. 6 by 6, you get roping so easily.
Mhm.
So 5, 4 here. Yeah, I think 1 or 2 more clues and it should be done. Like those clues are very powerful. they can do.
Well, it's kind of good that it's powerful because it's a pretty fragile clue type. So if it wasn't resolving, then it might be difficult to find somewhere to put something that doesn't break.
Yeah, that's true. I actually had to experiment with it a little bit to get a feel on what immediately breaks and what doesn't, because it's not really that obvious.
Right. I guess that 2-4 pair has been fixed for a while now. By the 4. The other one.
Yes, right. That's true. 3-2. 2-3 pair in the column.
Oh yeah, look at that.
1-5. So the 2-3 pair might be interesting. Because it's pretty much the nicest or most surprising thing going on. So I always need a 6 somewhere here.
That's certainly interesting for
good.
exums.
Yes, so these exams are either very small or very large.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I will use that and just put a longer arrow in, which is long but not too long, and still has a pressure since it needs to be a 4 at least. Let's just see. 4 would make this a minimum of, well, this would always contain a 6. So the minimum is not actually, it's the maximum I can put here. Would be 9. So we would get a minimum of 12 here. So I might put in an arrow that's just is a 6 plus 6 equals 12. I don't know how well it is to bleed into this area. I don't really like that. But if it resolves, it would be a very surprising finish for the puzzle.
Yeah.
I feel that this might be enough to just break everything. Or break
I don't know
everything. One of those two. 4 and 2. Yeah, maybe not. 3-5. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's going to do everything. Yeah, maybe that's not the right clue to use.
Okay, well I'll jump over and get ICHTUES started, and you figure out what's the right clue while we're gone.
Okay, very good.
Okay.
See you later.
See you in a second. Hello, ICHTUES. How's it going?
Yeah, no, I'm ready. We had a little bit of problems, but now it's all clear. So
Perfect. Want to share your screen? And we can
yes,
keep
for
going.
sure.
Perfect.
Just one little moment. I will get the Latin square instead of the Sudoku square. So
So what are we setting with? What are you gonna use on your Latin square?
I will use like the mystery, not the primary, not the prime mystery square. Like all like with all the videos on YouTube, I will do square Latin because it's a little square and it's only 6x6 and I have 4 givens. I've tried it, so already played a bit with it, but without the givens, so we'll see. or I think I will start like this. Yeah.
Do you want to
So-
share your screen?
Yeah, sure.
So we can see what's the starting situation.
Like that.
Yes, I can jump on there now. Perfect.
So can I start?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So we have here make a cage like this. We have two options, like if they are unique, a 1 or a 4. Then if I make a cage like this, the only option is to make it as a 4. So if all the cages are unique, this must be the 1, and this doesn't work obviously because we have a 1 here. So
What do you mean by unique?
like if you saw the primary, the solves of all these mystery of primes mystery cages. So I can only have 1, I can only have 1, 4. The solver has to decide which unique square we'll use in the squares. So
Oh, like square numbers, right? Okay.
yes.
Square has so many meanings.
Yes, it's true. So, for example, if I make it like this, it would have to be the 4. Like, I think I will leave it 6 by 6, like it is now. So the next one, the next bigger cage is 9. So I've had the idea making one cage like that. And another one like that. This case, this must be 16 cage. So 6, 5, 6. And this the 9 cage without the 1.
Couldn't 9 work in the 2-cell cage? But I guess you wouldn't have a place for 4. Is that what you're saying that?
Yes, it would be possible, like 4. But this cage here, you can only put 9 into it because you use 6, 5, and 6. Oh, 6, 4. 6, 5. This is not.
Yeah.
It's wrong. So
Yeah. Trying to get 16.
You can't make like if you make 6, 5, 4, you have only 15 and not 16. So this must be the 9. It can't be the 4 and it can't be the 16. So it has to be the 9. And without
because
1,
it has no repeats. Okay, perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, like if the cage is like that.
Right. Okay, that makes sense.
Yes. So, and the 16 instead, for sure it has a 6.
Yeah, you need to be careful though because 1 is placed in box 3, which is gonna go inside that
Oh.
cage.
Oh yeah. It's
That's
true.
what Spunky Pie pointed out.
Um,
I guess you could do like an L the other way, like using the cell
like
below. Yeah,
like that.
like that. That could be no, that can't be 4-6-6 though, which it needs to be. Yeah, the 4 needs to go at the corner, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but now we can make 5-5-6
Oh, 5-5-6. Yeah, yeah, you can do that.
like that. But oh
Is it a Latin square or is it?
no, because I haven't got the link in time. So
Okay, okay.
so this would have. I think I have to. To switch something because this has no options now.
Yeah.
So I think I will switch this up like this and like this. So I have the 1 here, the 3 here. Yeah, still. So now
Oh,
3 must be here.
that's gonna break for another
Okay.
weird reason.
Oh, here I see. Oh my god.
Yeah.
It's a. This is setting.
Yeah, I guess you could put the 9 cage anywhere as long as it's in the same row though, or column.
Yeah, that's true. So I will take out and we'll.
Or in the same box, I suppose. We're gonna check back with GDC quickly because looks like they're getting really close to a solution, so we don't want to miss that. So we'll be right back.
Okay.
What the? My mouse disappeared. Hello. It looks like you have something interesting. Hello? Oh, you're a robot,
Going back.
my friend.
So I'm finished now, I think. I'm just solving everything to make sure that it works.
Okay.
I still have this area and here. So I still were awful, and that to bring in this third arrow because this one just by the dog surprisingly red. Because
Okay, GDC.
Why it can't be a 5
Discord
actually.
is not being nice to you, so
but yeah, this can never be a 6 or a 2. This is also something that now is a one-cell arrow is that don't you
you're kind of roboting. Let me just type in the chat for him. Okay, so we're just gonna go silent here for a minute. So it seems as though he's added this 3-5 arrow here because it sees the 6 in the column and it can't be 1 or 2, of course. So, and it has the 4 in the row, so then we need something in there, 3 or 5, and I don't think it can be 5 for some reason, but we don't know yet quite why. Or I don't know why exactly, but in the corner down there with the 1, that arrow, it can't be 5 because both cells on the end of the row or column have to be equal then, but they can't both be 6, so then it has to be 1 instead of 5. Why couldn't that be 5 instead of 3? Let's think about that. So if it was a 5, it would either have to be 1, 4, or 2, 3. I'm not sure I caught why it couldn't have been a 5, but I believe him. So we have those digits now. Cool. All right, perfect. And hello to jneen and Samu and Jay Dyer. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. We're gonna get Nell Gwyn in here afterwards, but we'll check in with ICHTUES now. Hello, ICHTUES. How's it going?
Hello, hello.
Oh, it's very compressed.
I've tried like cage here, but it doesn't work. So I have a deadly pattern with the 2 and 3. So and we have like the next big square would be 25. Like if I make a cage, maybe something like that. Would be.
Well, you got the 9 gauge because the 5 is in the row. So that's something. Maybe we should do that first.
Oh yeah. Oh. Yes. True.
You've also got the 4 in that column that you're looking at right now.
Here.
Yes.
And
I think that's it. Maybe
yeah,
we could pencil mark a little bit more, but
yes, 3 and 4. And 1, 2, 5. So I have 12. So I need
a lot. 13.
13, I think. 13.
So I guess
6,
7
4,
plus
and 3.
6. Yeah. That's the maximum, yeah. So it has to be that. Good intuition for what cage to put there. What will this resolve is the burning question.
I have a feeling with the 2 and 5s.
The 6 is placed right there. Yeah.
There 3.
5.
On 2 and 4. Yeah. 5.
I think it resolves
6.
actually nicely. Wow.
Wow. Done.
Nice.
Yes. Quite nice.
Well, this has been a crazy hour. We've got through 4 puzzles in an hour, I think. We've got them
So
cranking through before we can even get new setters.
incredible, yeah.
Well, nicely done. It's very interesting rule set. I haven't
I'm-
seen those videos actually, so maybe I'll have to check those out.
Okay. I'm quite a fan because it started all with 5 of 5s, like Latin square and all, the whole puzzle filled with squares. So you have to also a bit mathematics, math, and then became the 6 by. We started before. No, I think 5 by 5, 6 by 6, 7 by 7, 8 by 8, and then the 9 by 9. It's quite hard. I'm still trying to make it with the prime numbers, so I'm setting on this. I've spent quite some hours, and
Yeah.
someone made a real Sudoku also, like with the boxes and with these unique cages. So yeah,
Look at
I
that.
had to start like a little twist with the squares.
Positive.
So
Florian says, look at that positive diagonal. Wow, there's 4 1s and 2 3s. That's very weird.
yeah.
Puzzles be weird. Well, sorry about the issues with your screen sharing, but I'm glad we got them all resolved and we got you in here and got to set this very nice puzzle.
Yes, quite nice. So do we solve it again, or?
You can do a test solve off stream, but just make sure you send the links to Caterdokupillar puzzles, and yeah, that's all from you. Thank you so much.
Okay.
We'll jump over to Nell Gwyn now, who's setting in the other channel.
Okay.
Have a good one. Take care.
Thanks.
Hello, Nell. How's it going?
I'm good.
What are we doing today with our segment of the Caterdokupillar?
I figured I wanted to try something with entropic whispers. This is a variant of entropic lines. I think GDC came up with it, where it's like whispers, but any 2 digits that are either 1 or 2 cells apart on a whisper line have to differ by, well, in a 9 by 9 it would be differ by at least 3, but here it's differ by at least 2. So these must differ by at least 2, but these must also differ by at least 2. So it winds up as sort of, it's like an entropic line, but but a bit more restrictive. So for instance, I was looking over the grid. If I start here and draw that.
We do want to avoid putting clues on top of the gray cells.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
All
I always feel bad having to do that.
All right, so I got 1, 3 here. What can I do with that? Oh. Oh, is this corner gonna? Can I put one on a corner of the gray cells, or is that? Is that going to be an issue?
No, that's not an
having
issue.
one on...
No, that's not an issue. Sorry.
Oh, okay. All right, so this is... Okay, so what have I got? If this is 3, this has to be 1. and this would be 5 or 6. If this is 1, this is 3 or 4, and this is, okay, this is always 5 or 6. Actually, wait, let me, Right, so this is always 5 or 6, and this is 1, 3, or 4. Now this would be the same. Okay, so if I extend it up here, then this is the same. If I extend it up here, then this is the same digit. And this would be the same digit. Or this.
So what kind of extra restrictions do you get with this sort of thing?
Well, it's an entropic line, but it's also restricts like which digits from which entropy can go near each other.
Right.
So it's like a more restrictive version of an entropic line. What if I put it here? If this is, okay, if this is 1, okay, maybe I should start here. Because like if this is 1, this is 3, and now this can't be 3 or 4. So this would have to be 6. If this is 3, this is 1. And now this can't be. Okay, so this is always 6. Oh, I should probably yeah, that's how. Okay, and now let's see, where can I go from there? What if I do that? Now neither of these can be 5 or 6 because of the. So this would be a 5-6 pair. This would be 1 or 3. It would be the same 1 or 3 as this. Okay, if this is 1, 6, then this is 3 or 4, so that would be 4. If this is 3, 6, then this is 1 or 2, so that's always 2 or 4. Think I know how. Oh, I might be able to resolve it with. There are 1, 4 pair or a 2, 3 pair. Right, and the next one is always going to be 5 or 6, so it has to go up to one of these. But what about after that? I think I see where to go from here. What about that? Because now this is 5 or 6, but now this loops back to, if this is 2, this has to be 1. This is 4. This has no, that doesn't work regardless of whether. Oh, but I could get a 1-3 pair here. But the question is, at some point, I do have to start differentiating the 1 and the 3s here. Oh, sorry. Did you say something?
Dorler says, doesn't 2-3 pair break the line in box 3? Like 2 and 3 can't be together.
No, 2 and 3. Oh, right. Yeah, 2 and 3. Right. Yeah. Because if this is 3, this is 2, and then this is 3 again, and that doesn't work. Right. Exactly. Okay.
Okay. I'm glad I read that out.
Okay. Now whichever of these it goes to, that'll be 6.
I'm gonna go get Marty.
What's left?
Marty Sears started, and I'll loop back to you in a second.
Okay.
Have
I'll
fun.
keep going.
Hello, Marty. How's it going?
Hello, I'm alright. How you doing?
Good. Do you want to share your screen and we'll get started?
Let's do it. Okay, one sec. Looks like the right one. Can you see that?
Yeah, I can see that
Can you
perfectly.
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
see
you.
me?
Just
Excellent
waiting
stuff.
for the thing to load. It's all good now.
Nice. How is it going?
It's going pretty well.
How many people have
We're
you on today?
ripping through the setters today. We've got 4 done in an hour, which is kind of crazy.
What's the average?
2 in an hour.
Okay.
Sometimes less.
Hopefully I won't hold you up too much.
No. Take your time. We got lots of time.
Cool. I've got an idea of what I'm going to do. It's going to be quite a Marty style puzzle. I'm going to go for some same difference lines. You have to find them in this. I'm going to give the spots on the grid, which kind of are going to be the ends of same difference lines. And yeah, hopefully people are going to have to find them all, and they're all going to have a different difference along each one. So there'll be 6 pairs of dots, be 12 dots, and so there'll be a difference of sorry, not a difference of 6, difference of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and a cheeky 0 difference line, which I have an idea where that's going to be to start with. So I'm going to get some spots in there.
We haven't had same difference lines yet, but we've had it mentioned by someone. I can't remember who it was.
Oh,
Let me find it. I'll find it in just a second. They ended up just doing a regular loop puzzle, and the loop. Oh, here it is. It's right here. It was blackjack fits. Originally, they were gonna do a.
Oh, the blackjack fit.
Yeah. They were gonna do a same difference line that you had to draw in, but then it ended up that the clues that drew the line were powerful enough to solve the puzzle. So.
Oh, right. Big fan of blackjack fits.
Yeah.
Especially his Sundoku that I've made a few of myself now.
Cool stuff for sure.
Okay, so hopefully we've got some spots and some lines the same colour. I probably won't need the lines actually because they're not even the lines are for the solver to draw in. Hopefully, if it works, I've got a backup plan if this ends up not working. I want stroke. Righty then, let's make them a bit bigger. So, okay, what I'm thinking, if anyone hadn't guessed already, is that the 0 difference line is going to be for length cell 1 across there. So there's going to be 2 dots there, and hopefully don't know what number it's going to be yet, but they're all going to be the same. And I've got to make sure is that there's no other 0 difference possible. Once that line is drawn in, hopefully that's going to limit things a lot, because you're going to have to fit everything else in around that. So what I've just got to make, there's obviously only a few places you can have 0 difference lines. If I put it in the rules that they've got to be, each line has got to be 3 cells long at least, so you can't have any 2 cell lines. But what I've got to make sure is that I don't allow for any 3 cell lines like that. So kind of, yeah, that's something I've got to look out for, making sure that I don't have any others. But yeah, that's going to be. So I'm going to draw the lines in while we're doing this. I did have a play around with this idea a while ago, and I was finding it very difficult to make it work. But I think it might work well for this because of the 4 given digits. I think that might be what makes it a lot more doable, hopefully. So I'm going to kind of use those to help. Should I be aiming for making these like the last kind of digits to appear, or does that not matter too much?
Don't worry about that. That's the least of our worries.
Okay, good. Glad you said that. So obviously the difference of 5 and the difference of 4 are quite constrained as well, because you have the difference of 5 is going to have to be only 1s and 6s along it. Difference of 4 can either be 1 5s or 2 6s.
So the differences, do they have to be consecutive, or it's just like any different differences?
It's the way the same difference lines work is adjacent digits always have the same difference. So if it's a difference of 1, it might be 1 2 3 4, but it can go backwards as well. So it could be like 1 2 3 2.
But the lines,
then,
different lines have different differences. Is that what it is? Each line of a different difference?
In this, I'm gonna specify that each line has a different difference along it.
Okay.
So there's going to be 6 lines to find, because there'll be 12 dots. I'm hoping. So
I think Blackjack fits with showing us
also
a different differences line.
right, different line. Wow, that was so that's kind of what I come up with after doing these lines.
Right.
I came up with these first, and then different sort of came about a couple of months afterwards, and it has a really different logic actually, but they're both really fun that I find. So I'm glad that Blackjack Fits has started using those as well.
Hard to talk about different differences, you know.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think how we can start off with maybe the difference of 5 line, because the way that I would do that probably is have make sure the other lines can't be a difference of 5, because difference of 5 is, I mean, you couldn't have a line like that, for example, couldn't be difference of 5 because it has to be 1 6 all along it. So something like this could be probably going to be quite short unless I do something really sneaky. I mean, something like this could potentially be, it could be like 6 1 6 1 6. But hopefully it's going to be too hard to do. I'm going to basically plonk a few things.
Can the lines cross, or are they allowed to?
The lines can't cross. But that's going to be something that I hopefully use to my advantage quite a bit. That'll help to kind of limit things a lot more.
Right.
I think the best way of doing this is to do spots. So I did something like that. Might just have to start plonking some in and then seeing what happens. But yeah, you're gonna have to sort of build around this line, and I'm gonna have to make sure that I don't have zero difference lines have to be obviously straight, because it's all the same digit along it. So you can't have any orthogonal movements on those. So I don't have to worry about something like this. But I have to worry about something like that. If you notice that I've put in anything that can potentially be a 0 difference line, please let me know, because this is going to be the kind of break-in. people won't know what that is. Well, people will know that's not 3 or a 2 or 1 to start with. So this is either, let's do that. That's going to be 4, 5, or 6 to start with.
Right, so you're counting on that being a 0 difference line, the only possible one.
The only possible one, so that won't be drawn in there. There'll just be the 2 dots.
Okay.
A deduction. The first deduction will be that is the only possible 0 difference line. And yeah, because of these given digits, that can only be 4, 5, or 6. But I'm thinking now that if that's 6, that's going to make it very difficult to do the difference 5 line, which has got to
Don't
have
think
1s
it
and
can be
6s
5
along
or
it. So
6 because of the 5-6 pair in box 1.
oh, because of this. Oh, have I broken it already?
Well, it could be 4, I think, but it can't be
Oh,
5 or
I think
6.
4. Right, yeah. Right. Okay, there you go. It's got to be 4. Let's do that. So that's the first deduction straight away. Do that. There we go. So yeah, 5s and 6s. That's really cool. That's going to help a lot actually. So now then, it's basically just got to look at where 6s and 1s can make it a nice little kind of surprisingly long path of I kind of fancy doing. So
Oh, I'm gonna go check back in with Nell because it looks like Nell has made a lot of progress, and we'll see what she's up to, and we'll come back
all right,
here.
see you in a
All
sec.
right. Hello, hello. Seems like you have made lots of progress.
Huh?
It seems like you've made a lot of progress.
Yeah. I think I'm. Yeah.
So do you want to recap on what you figured out or what you did?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, this is so restricted. I was just able to, I'll just take it through it. I was originally going to go up here, but then I realized I should probably save this for last because it's the last quadrant. And then, oh yeah. Oh. So I figured here it can only be 3, and that I wanted to try and see what I could do without going in this box, and because it would be hard to get out from this box once I'd entered this box again. So yeah, down here it's 3. That rules 3 out of here. Next, it would have to be 1 or 2, and in fact, it can only be 1, so it can't be in this row. It would have to be up here, and if it's up here, that's 1, that's 2, that's 1, and now it goes to 5 or 6. So so it can't be in this row because that row already has 5 or 6. But if I put it down there, okay, I don't actually know if this is 5 or 6 because 3 is too different from both of them. But of course, where does it go from here? Has to go to a 3 or 4, and well, it can only go there. Now there's just only one place it can go. 4, which also resolves what this is, and that also gets 4. Oh yes, this 3 resolves this 2, 3, and now both of these rows are done. That's 5, which here, and okay, from here I gotta remember this is 1, 4, this is 3, 6, this is 2, 5, and well, from here it goes to 1 or 2. And the line, it can't go. There's only one place it can go because it can't go here because this sees both 1 and 2, and this sees a 1, so that's forced, and that resolves this. From here, it's basically just now. okay, if I go up here, oh yes, I remember thinking, if I go up here, this is 3, this is 5, this is 4, and then this is a 3, 6, and I could make that, I could resolve that just with one stroke, but I also didn't want to make a, but I also didn't want it to be quite that symmetrical, so I figured if I force this to be, one of these to be a 6, that'll resolve this right away. So, where I think I went up there. Yeah, that looks about right. So now that's 3, 6, and that's 5. That's 3. That's 4. That's 5. This is done. That is 3. And now we got a 1, 4 deadly pattern, which I can resolve just by drawing the line to either one of these to make it a 4. I chose
Right.
that one because it makes the line squigglier and it's more in keeping with the caterpillar theme.
Right.
And there.
Awesome. Thanks so much for doing
Now I'm going to.
doing the stream.
Now I'm going to. Wait, what? Oh. Now I'm going to. Yeah, that's where it was. And now I'm going, because in the puzzle where GDC invented entropic whispers, it was done with an orange line with a white line on top of it. That's still a bit hard to see. Maybe I'll make that a slightly yellowish. So it's a very pale yellow with an orange outline.
Nice. It almost looks like a transparent white on top. Very nice.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Nell. Take care and have a good one.
All right. I
And don't forget to.
I will send over the finished links.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Perfect. Already on top of it. Right, let's check in with Marty. How's it going, Marty?
Hello. I'm just talking to myself. I hope that's okay.
Yeah, that's okay.
In case anyone's watching. So I've just started plonking in some red spots quite randomly at this point.
Well, I think one of those at least can be a 0 difference line, right?
Sorry?
At least one of those can be a 0 difference line, right? Because that.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping that it's going to be forced to be this. I'm hoping I haven't put anything else in there at the moment that could be. For example, that couldn't be. Oh, yeah, I can't see any others that could be. If you ignore the blue line and pretend that all you can see are the red spots, I can't see any like length line that's at least 3.
Yeah,
I could have all the same digit on it.
Oh, at least 3, right. You said that.
Yeah, that's gonna be a rule that I'm gonna have in there. So that's because of that rule. If I put these 2 dots here, this line is going to be forced to go around here to join up with something up here, which means that can't be the difference 5 line. The difference of 5 line can only have 1s and 6s along it. Even though you can go diagonally, it could be 1, 6. Okay, that could be. I am lying. 1, 6. If I put that.
No, that would be.
Put that red spot.
3 different 1, 6s in the column.
Would it? Let's have a look. Yeah, if I did 1, 6. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, because you can't get another 1 in there. That's fine then. Thank you for looking out for that kind of thing for me. So that's fine then. So what I'm trying to do is get a kind of process of elimination to find the difference of 5 line, which can only be 1s and 6s. So I think that's going to be the next point after doing this. So that can't be. So I'm going to color yellow anything that can't be difference of 5. This can't be because it's got to be a 1 or a 6. Now, I mean, this could all definitely break as I've got it, but I'm going to probably just see how far I can get with this and just move things if I have to. If this, I've got 12 in there. 4, 5, 6, 8.
That-
Yeah, that's 12.
The 2 dots at the top, they kind of have to connect to each other, don't they?
These saying they do have to, or they don't have to.
I think they do have to, right? Because if
Um,
they both got out, then they would overlap, wouldn't they?
For example, that could join to that maybe, and then this could join to that.
But then the one at the
On
bottom has nowhere to go.
oh, this one
No, the one,
or this
yeah,
one.
that one.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah, so that's true actually. That is true. So this, yeah, this can't go up and out of here, because then you've got 3 dots left here,
Right.
which is bad.
Oh, I guess
Yeah, that's a good way
they
of
don't have to
thinking.
join to each other. They have to join to one of those 3, I guess.
Yeah, this could join to one of them, and then the other 2 could join together. So we know that these 4 dots. We know that. Yeah. In fact, yeah, none of these dots can go out through here because
Yeah.
you're always going to be left with 3. That's true. So that means that we can't have any line there, which is quite interesting. Let's try and use that as a deduction. So we do have to have. I am obviously allowing diagonal moves, which
Yeah.
means that. Let's see what I'm going to do. I'm going to let's do dark blue for you can't go there on the line. This has to be some line there. That either has to go like that
Right.
or like that. One thing about same difference lines, a little trick that may come up in this is that any cells that are 2 cells apart along a same difference line always have the same parity. Because you're going, okay, that's a 1. If you're adding whatever you add onto it, if you add it on again, you're going to get another odd number. So that's quite a little nice trick that often comes in handy with these puzzles. So, and that can kind of be combined with the bishop's move in this as well. So if you're having to get forced into a bishop's move in this, then that means that the end, though, like that and that would always be the same parity. And if you're trying to connect 2 cells that have the same parity, then you're going to have to obviously use an even number of cells to do that. So you might have to do an orthogonal. Maybe I should put. Yeah, we've got too many 5s and 6s available at the moment. But we know that those can't be 5s either. Oh, no, well, no, they could be 1s though, couldn't they?
Those are kind of interesting in terms of the line, though, because the bottom one can't go diagonal, because then in column 3, the bottom one, if it
Yeah.
went diagonally, then the other one would have to, above it, would have to go diagonally and just be 2 cells, which isn't allowed. So then I think the bottom one has to go.
So
The other,
you mean if this one
the
goes,
ones in column 3, sorry.
this one?
No,
Oh,
at the
column 3,
bottom,
sorry.
bottom of column 3. If that
This
one
one.
went diagonally
Right, I
up,
get you.
just
here?
one cell, really. If it just,
To there. This would be the trapped, and yeah, couldn't cross
yeah.
it. That's
So
true.
then it has to go
Right, I get you.
horizontally.
Right, so that's putting these on the same line. Let's colour these all green as well because they're on lines. Like let's do that because we know that's definitely going through there. This now can't go through there. So that's going to have to come out through there, isn't it, as well? Same kind of logic. This has to connect to either, well, you can't have this connecting to that because then that isolates that.
I'm just gonna
I
get
could have one.
Scojo started in the other channel, and then
Yeah,
I'll
go for
return
it.
back. Hello, hello. How's it
Hello.
going?
Good. I'm going to be setting with I think it's a new constraint that I came up with called XY sandwiches. And it's kind of like a combination of X sums and sandwiches where the first two digits from an outside clue sort of index where the crusts are in the row and tell you the sum. The clue outside tells you the sum of the digits between those indexed crusts.
Right. I hate to burst your bubble, but
you-
I'm almost certain I've seen this before. I think Rocky Roar did
Is
this.
it?
Yeah.
Did
But
Rocky Rower do it?
yeah, he's done every sandwich variant though, so
someone-
you can't do a sandwich variant without stepping on Rocky Roar's toes.
Good to know. Well, I'm going to use it anyway.
Yeah, yeah.
Someone
Not
told
to
me
burst
he
your bubble
might
or
have.
anything, yeah. Yeah.
Someone told me he might have. But I want to give a clue that I have to use the first and fifth cell as the crusts. So if I give 13 as the sum here, then I think that will force 1 and 5 in that order. And then I want to give something above column 4, I think, as well. And what could that be? We have 1, 3, 4, and 6 available as the first two cells. If I say that this is a 0 clue, that will force these to be consecutive digits, which means there could be a 3-4 pair. And then I like that in these two rows, 1 and 6 together aren't available. So I'd like to make a pretty big sum. I think that almost seems like it has to be 4 cells long, but can be done in 3. So 4, 5, 6, a 15 clue. Could I do that? If I do these from 1, 2, 5, 6, I can say between the 5th and the 1st, or the 2nd. No, that doesn't quite work. Between the 1st and the 5th, I think would let me use the 6th in the sum. And that's actually the same as this. 1st and 5th would give me 1, 6, 4 as a maximum. No, I don't like that. Between 2 and 6 would make that a 1. And if we maximize that as a 3, 5 pair, so I could say that this is a 9 clue. Well, that doesn't force a 2, 6 pair, I think, if I call
Yeah.
that 9. But it does have to be at least 2 cells. So these must have a difference of at least 3. And is it possible that I could do that with including a 6? In the sum.
Yeah, I think you can. With the 3 to the left. Or
3 to the left, and then
oh no, that forces a 1
let's say
somehow.
between 2.
Oh, because the 1 is restricted in the row, so that actually doesn't work.
Right.
It's hard to see though.
It is hard to see. So if could 1 be here as part of the crusts, or indexing the crust? 2, 1, 6.
Oh yeah, 2,
5
yeah,
actually
that would work.
works.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe 9's a bad clue. Maybe I can do it elsewhere. I like that 6 is forced to be where it is here.
Hmm.
Because I
'Cause
can either
then-
put that inside or outside this.
Oh, you can't put it
Well, yeah,
inside
I
the
can't.
sandwich now.
I can't put it
Because-
inside the sum because this would have to be a 6. So if I put a um 5, 4, 3, a 12 clue here, I think would force this to be using 1 and 5. But then to make 12, I need 3, 4, 5 in this order. It's actually kind of the same
Yeah.
thing I did with the 13. And then that's a 2 at the bottom. Does that change anything I can do in any of the rows instead? I could. The maximum difference here is 3 to 6, because if I use 2, 6, that kills that cell. So between 3 and 6, I would get to some exactly 5. That
No, because 3 and 6 would make that
could
4
either
and
be.
2.
Oh, sorry. You're right. I just can't do math. Although if I did call it 5, I think then because I can't.
2 and 4 then, right?
I wouldn't be able to do a 2-cell sum here,
Yeah.
which
so it'd have to be a
means
single cell sum.
it has to be 2 and 4. Yeah. And we're summing just the 5. Column 1, I could probably use something. Although we're going to have a deadly pattern on 2s and 5s, it looks like.
Right.
So I need something. Between 3 and 6, I could give a clue that would resolve that deadly pattern. That could be a 9.
I mean, if you
Make that a
changed the 5 to a 6, I guess that would not make the deadly pattern to begin with.
Okay, yeah, let's try that. So if that's a 6, we can't make it 1 and 5. Could we make it a 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 anywhere? No.
No, to index the 6
either
individually, you
2,
need
4.
to use the 6 as the indexer, which is not possible.
You're right. So it has to be a 2-4 pair, which has to be here.
Hmm.
So we need this to be a 3-6 pair. And now we don't have that deadly pattern. Nice. I'll make that a 2.
Oh.
Between 4 and 6. It's just a 1, so I don't want to do that. If I could just add one more clue here, I think that would resolve the whole thing. So between 6 and 2 or between 5 and 1. Could I do between 2 and 6? Two 6 would be a 9 sum.
Hey, there's that 9 that we had before.
Yeah. So 9. Does that force 2 to 6?
You can't do the 1, 2, 6 anymore, so that's something.
Right. Could it just be a 4, 5? But there's nothing. None of these are 3 cells apart from each other except for 5 and 2. And I don't think 5 and 2 doesn't work because that would put 1 and 6 both into this cell. So it does have to be a 3 cell sum. So these do have a difference of 3.
Difference of 4.
If they were a 1, 5.
Sandwich
If
is
it's a 1,
weird.
5 here, then 1, 4, 6 is in the sum, which
Right.
doesn't add to 9. So it has to be a 2, 6 pair. And then
the order is determined.
Yeah, we've still got that deadly pattern. I think a column 1 clue is necessary. And I could just. I don't want to say it's another 0 to make these consecutive. So I want that to be.
Oh, what the heck?
I might do that.
Are we still live? OBS is... Okay. Was there a blip on the stream, guys?
Are we?
OBS seems to think we disconnected for a second. Okay, it did die for a moment, but it's back now. That was weird.
Okay.
Okay,
Let's see if there's another way to.
Let's check back with Marty,
this
and then
puzzle.
I'll come back here and confirm that you've completed it.
That's just annoying me now because I swear that I found a really long one a minute ago.
Hello.
Didn't I?
We're back.
Hello. I've just been confusing myself. I thought a minute ago I'd found a very long possible 5 difference line that does something like this.
Oh my word.
Now I'm realizing that breaks this column. But I tested it and it kind of filled in the whole grid. And I pressed that. And I was saying to myself that I didn't really want it to fill in the whole grid just from one line. Can't even find what that line was. I think I might have made a mistake with it, which is fine because I don't want it anyway now. So I don't know if you were there when I said this bit, but I think the 5 difference line that I want to have now, I think, is going to be from here, like that. I think that's the only one possible in this section up here, because you can't have this one joining to that because it isolates that, and that can't be it because of the reasons you said earlier. So what I'm trying to do now is just make sure that you can't get one down here, and then that will be forced, and that should do a few things. So yeah, I'm just looking to see. You can help me if you want. If you can find any possible different sort of 5 lines around here. There's obviously one here. 1, 6, 1 would work there. I mean, that would be very boring if that was it. So I might try and
I mean,
make that
sometimes
not
boring is
possible.
what you need for the puzzle to work.
Say again, sorry.
Sometimes boring is what you need for the puzzle to work.
Oh yeah, there might have to be a couple of boring bits later on, but I quite want the one. It will also make my life easier if the 1, 6 line, which is quite forcible, if it does a lot of work once you find it. Then everything else, hopefully, I can just plonk in, and
Right.
then you can get onto somebody else. So let's try putting that 1, 6, 1, 6, 1. That would work still, wouldn't it? I don't know if I want to put a dot over here though, because it.
So these are the same difference
messes
lines.
with
So
connectivity
all
a little
the
bit,
lines,
that might.
all the
That might
adjacent
be
digits
alright,
on the
something
line
like
have the
that.
same difference,
Try that there,
and
actually.
all the lines have different
Oh, that can still be
differences.
1, 6, 1, 6.
So the 4s have a difference of 0. The
How can I?
other
think
lines
I've
will have a difference of
proved that
1,
can't be
2.
1.
So it'll be like,
Let's put that back in for a sec.
he's talking about the difference of 5 line a lot, like
I think that
1,
can't be a
6, 1,
difference
6,
of
1, 6, 1,
5.
6.
I don't think it can get anywhere. If it connects to that, it's not a difference of 5 because it's not 1, 6s. These can't connect and both be 1s and 6s. And so this, if it's a 1, 6, would have to connect to that, which I think is possible at the moment, actually, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, okay.
So Marty is
So
trying
yeah, I
to
think this
add
spot I
the
want to move
ends of the
somewhere else
lines
to make it a little bit more
and have the solver draw
difficult to
them.
get to.
So he can't actually draw them
But I don't know
himself.
if I can move it anyway difficult enough. The other alternative is to have one of these actually be the 1, 6 line and then make the one up here not possible instead, which might be easier thinking about it. 1. Oh, we'll put that there. That could work, couldn't it? 1. I mean, that's 1, 6. Yeah, you can't do it now.
Yeah,
You're gonna
lines
have 3
cannot
in the box
cross.
here. Okay. Pretty sure that can't go anywhere to make a 1, 6 now. That can't. I mean, I don't want it to be too hard, really. I'm happy with this being quite a fun, quick little puzzle. Just want it to work really, and have this fun bit at the beginning, and maybe the second step be fun as well, and then the rest of it, I'm happy for it just to fill in. So let's just prove that to ourselves. That can't go to there, there, or there, or there. So that's yellow. This one can't. It's the same reason. So that's. Oh no, that's going to be one. Yeah, that's going to be possible, isn't it? This will be possible. I think.
Oh, yeah, it is possible. Oh no,
Yeah.
but then.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Because
Then
we don't have that
these have to
line.
link straight together.
We don't have
Yeah,
that
these would have to
horizontal
be a
line
1. Yeah.
anymore.
How do I stop? Maybe I can move this spot. That's problematic though, because that lets
Wait,
this one out.
we don't have enough dots now.
Did I take one out? Yeah, I might take one out earlier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You are quite right. That's quite handy actually. I could use a dot here to actually to limit this. Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, I took one out earlier while I was faffing about. I forgot to put it back. So what was I just saying was annoying? If I put one like that, that then probably makes it possible to do that, though, doesn't it?
Juggler
What about
says if you put a dot in row
Juggler
1,
thing?
column 1, it has to be the 1 line. I'm not sure where it would connect to, but or what line, what dot you would take out. I'm not sure. Yeah, you probably shouldn't put clues on the gray cells though.
I don't really want to. Yeah, I'm gonna try and avoid that. Sorry, Juggler. Yeah, having to put an extra red in here. I'm trying to work out whether that's useful or annoying. It's probably a bit of both. So I could potentially limit the ability of this to get to that, but then it's just opening up new opportunities for that to get to that or
Yeah,
that. These are all potentially 1s and 6s around here. That's the problem. So maybe I can't put this over here. I don't think, because that
no.
changes all the logic. So I want to put it over here somewhere. I mean, I could just put it there and make this be a line. See what that does actually, because if that for some reason puts a 1 or a 6 here, that then does limit things down here. So let's see exactly what that does. I'd love it if one of those was the same power, all the same parity options, but it's not. What can we have here then? These have to, if we're saying these have to link, which I don't mind that having to. That's quite they can't link directly because it's got to be at least 3. So if we're having to do that, there's probably not many things that could be now. It could be 1, 2, 3. Can't be 1 anything else. So it's either 1, 2, 3. It's 2 there. You can't have anything else there. That can't be. I don't think that can be a 2, can it? 5 can't go up, and then you can't really go down from 5 either. Very limited when you've only got 6 digits. I haven't done many same difference lines with only 6 digits actually. It's quite interesting. I don't think it's going to be the 6 actually. This is going to be good because I can get a 1 here, or like this 6. Yeah, it can't go 6, 5, 4. Right. So I think that's going to be 1, 2, 3, and I think that's going to be a line. Now I'm thinking maybe I extend that 1 more and it can be a. Oh no, I can't have it. No. I could go back to 2 for a bit of larks. Does that ruin what I just did if I put that spot there, that spot there instead? That still has to come out, but either linked to this.
Could be a lot of different
or
things now.
something. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. There's no 4 here though. And the thing is,
There's no
if
4s
that
like anywhere.
if that's coming yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? So if that comes out and down here, and what is if it doesn't link to this? It has to be at least that. I don't think that actually works, does it? Because you haven't got any 4s there, and because you've got 3 in a row, it can only be a difference of 1 or 2. Can't be anything more than that. So, and it can't be a difference of 2, I don't think, because we don't have the 4 on there. It would have to be a difference of 1 still, and it doesn't work because 4 or 6, 5, 4, and you can't double back because you can't go 1, 2, 3, 2 because that's 2 2s there. So I think actually I think that's still
Can't
forced.
can't it
Which
be
is
like 1,
more
3, 5 and then repeat the digit?
Oh, because it doesn't have to go up here now, does it? That's true. It can come out straight there. Like, yeah, you're right. That's true. Yeah, it could go 1, 3, 5. Does it still have to be a 1? Does it still have to link to that? That's my question now. Because if it's not, then it has to go like down there, doesn't it? This might be getting a bit too bifurcatory for my liking now.
If you
I don't really
move
want someone to have to go through.
if you move that circle that you just put down,
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
move it 1 to the right, then it actually has to connect to that.
There.
Yeah, it has to connect to that, because if it doesn't connect to that one, then it'll cut off that one from anything else.
If it doesn't connect to this, it cut. What if that connected to like this down here, and then these two?
Oh, yeah, maybe that would work. Yeah, it could work
Maybe it
actually.
was just
I was
better
thinking
here
for
then.
some reason that the ones on the left had to connect to the ones on the right, but they don't actually have to.
Don't think so.
Okay, we're just gonna double check
just-
that Scojo is all done and happy, and then we'll come back and see what you're up to.
Nice.
Hey, Scojo, how's it going?
Hey. I think I am probably done. I removed the 0 clue here because I thought that was a little heavy-handed. And instead I gave an 8 clue in row 4 to resolve the deadly pattern between these 3s and 6s.
Cool, yeah.
And I'm just thinking if there's anything else I want to change. The 1 is still a little too forcing, because you get this 1 right away.
Right.
But
yeah, that's why I was
I'm
thinking
curious
maybe
how it solves.
greater than 0, because then you don't get what it is, but then it can't be consecutive, so it needs to be.
Yeah, that's a good point. This still needs to be a difference of.
But I guess the question is it
right
enough
away.
for it to just not be consecutive?
I'll experiment with that. I want to see how it solves without the 1 clue at all.
Okay.
I think this still has to be a 1-5 pair. And then that does force this to be maximized as 3-4.
Do you want to recap the rules for the viewers who just joined us?
Sure. So, clues outside the grid are XY sandwiches, which give the sum of the xth and yth digit in that row. So, for example, in this row, 1 and 5 are the x and y. They're the first 2 cells seen from the outside clue. And so we're counting the digits between the 1st and 5th cell in the row, which gives us a sum of 5 plus 6 plus 2 is 13.
Yeah, got it. Makes sense.
I think so. A 9 and an 8 clue. A 9 clue, at least, I think, has to be. Could it be 2-5 here? If this is 6-3, no, because that's a little hard to see. If we're trying to make 9 in just 2 cells, and therefore these have a difference of 3, it would have to be 2-5. But that puts a 3-6 here, and so we can't actually make these 2 cells be 3 and 6. So it does have to be a 3-cell sum, and if it's 1-5, this would be a 1. But then I can't make this group sum to 9 if it's 1 with 3-4. I would need a 1-3-5, which is not available. So it has to be 2-6. And between 2 and 6, we need these to sum to 9, which can only be 1-3-5. So we leave out the 4. And now between 5 and 1, the 5th and the 1st position That needs to sum to 8, so this becomes a 3. The 6, just like it was before, it can't be a 1, 2, 3, because that's not available. It can't be a 5, 1, and it can't be a 6 on its own, because we would either put the 6 here, which would need to be between the 3rd and the 4th. Does that work?
Fifth.
Oh, 3rd and 5th. Sorry. 3rd and 5th doesn't work. And 1st and 3rd doesn't put a 6 there. So it does have to be a 2-cell sum. It has to be 2, 4. And those have to be there. Now we've got that deadly pattern. Which is why I put the 1 there to begin with. Okay.
Right, so if it's not consecutive, 2 or 4 is consecutive with 3, so then it has to be 6. And then that resolves it.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, it's your choice, but
yeah,
it's kind of cute.
I think a greater than 0 is fine. Oh, that's not the right digit. If I could type, I think we'd be good. Greater than 0, yes, so these can't be consecutive. That's 6, and that resolves the whole thing. And I think I'm happy with that now.
Sweet.
Cool. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. It was a pleasure. Cool stuff.
See ya.
See ya. Have a good one.
Thanks. Bye.
Difference of 4, difference of 3, and a difference of 2.
Things have happened.
Right, I think so. I think I've just managed to force this. I'm going to go back a step and see if you can spot. We put this up here. We forced that 1, 2, 3 up there, which I think was fine. We've got 2 pairs down here and 2 pairs on that side. Can you see any other way of making 1s and 6s work now? I don't think so, because just having this here has put 6s here, which has knocked 6s out of here. Means they can't join to a 6. The only thing that can be a 6 or join to a 6 is that now, which is no good. I don't, unless it was like 1, 6, 1, but it doesn't reach. So I think you can't have any 1, 6 lines over here now. This one looks like it possibly could, but I don't think.
I think we're willing to let the dot slide on the gray cells because, you know, it's not even a real clue. It's like there is a clue that comes from this cell, you know. So I don't think it's going to interrupt any other solve path, really. At least in my opinion. I don't know if anyone has arguments with that. You can take it up with me.
Yeah. If anyone has a problem, let me know. Otherwise, I think that works quite well. I don't think it will give away anything beforehand, really. Because the 1 can go with anything potentially at the beginning.
Yeah, the real issue is if it interrupts the previous puzzle solve path. Like if you put like an odd circle there, right? Then you would know in the previous puzzle that it's odd.
Yeah.
And that would be a problem maybe for the previous puzzle. But in this case, it's a little red circle.
Yeah.
Even if you look at the rules, it doesn't really tell you anything.
I'm not quite sure how it works. Like when someone's solving that previous puzzle, then do they get to see anything else of this puzzle without seeing, or do they only see the red spot and wonder what that means?
It depends. They can zoom in and out, so they can see the whole puzzle if they want to. So they can see that there's some polka dotted puzzle next, and they can read the rules if they want to. But it's not. It's there's a cage in that cell, but there's nothing obscured by it.
I don't think the spot will give away anything really. It's not,
no, I don't think so.
Not telling you anything. Until you start properly solving this, I don't think they'll be able to work out what that means.
Even if you start solving this, I don't think you're going to get anything.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Are you quite happy that is forced? We we can't have 6-1, 6-1 because it isolates that in a little alcove there.
Right.
So, or that as well. So I think this is what's going to happen. I just hope that I've got a bit lucky here and that it doesn't break all the other lines completely. Let's see. So we need a difference of 2, a difference of 3, and a difference of 4. The difference of 4 is the most constrained because it needs to be either 6-2, 5-1, and those are the only options. 6-2 or 5-1. Oh,
how is that line going to work?
too much. Not going to be these, is it? I might have to move something. I think I could move this one nearer here, but I can't. No, it doesn't do anything, does it?
You could move it down 1, maybe.
6-2, but it needs to join to another 6 or another 2. Well, this could do something down here. If I move that dot though, it's gonna let this dot out from earlier, and that's gonna change the logic quite a bit. What about if I move that dot out? That might be less problematic because let's see, 2. Right, one possibility is 2-6-2 if I move a few things. We're going to have to obviously go back and check everything now once I've done this, but let's just... I might have to take that off of there. I quite like that being on there, but... let's see, is there any other way? I think so.
Yeah,
It's very close.
I'm concerned about the red dot in row 1. How is that gonna be the same difference line in row 1? The 6?
Oh, row 1. This one. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I hadn't even thought about that.
It
I
feels
could move it to here.
difficult.
That's no problem, I don't think.
I don't think that causes any problem.
There.
But
that can now be a difference of if I move.
we could make. Yeah, that might work actually. That might work because.
Move this up here.
Then the 5.
I could move it here actually.
Oh yeah, that could work.
Good.
That could work.
That's good. That's good because that doesn't spoil the logic from earlier. Not solving the issue with the difference of 4 though, but let's cross that bridge later. Hopefully this is going to be a difference of 3 then, because the difference of 2 will be easier to get. Let me just try it and see if we can. Now it gets to the point where we actually just want to find a solvable grid.
Right.
A grid that actually works, and then we can go back and try and make it foolproof later. I'm quite glad there's a little deadly pattern here because that gives us a bit of flexibility. I'm happy with the difference of 4 line being just 3 cells. If we can, we've got another. If I move that there, we got. Move that there, you've got like a 1-5-1, but then you've got a potential 1-6-1 as well, which spoils the proof we did up there. What have we got? We've got that up there. We've got 5-1-3-0. Just need 2 and a 4. This doesn't work at the moment.
Sure, how you're gonna get a 2 and a 4. I mean, I can see how you're gonna get a 2 for sure, but
yeah, Well, if we keep that red spot on the 4, then it's not working at all, is it? Unless we had like a 4-6-4, but no, it's not going to happen. I think the spot on the 4 is too hard
1-3-5
to
seems
make work.
seems very doable. And then
What about 1-5-1? I've got 1-5-1-5 here,
oh,
actually. That could be good.
that's not gonna resolve the deadly though.
No, but the we still need a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3.
You need a difference of 2, but
Right. It's given to 2. Okay. Oh right, so it does work, but it's not
it's not
unique, which
resolved.
is
Yeah.
really annoying. Oh, that's just. Oh, no, that's just playing. That's just teasing me, isn't it? Oh God.
1, 2. Yeah, I don't see a
How
fix
do
to
we
that.
sort that out? So there's no 5 to go to, is there? Well, there's
No.
this 5 here. Oh, what about if I had 2 spots in the same cell? Oh, I don't like that. Thinking if I had a red dot here and a red dot there, so this would link to that red dot, and this would be 1-3-5. I know this needs to link to itself, doesn't it? If I took one of these red dots out, I guess, but this then lets that escape out there. What can I do? Is there any other little sneaky way I can disambiguate that? Hmm.
I'm not sure there is.
Might just have to add something else in. What I might do at this point now is see how well that puzzle works as it is. If everything does actually hold up, then I might just add something in to wrap the deadly pattern. I think I can think of something a bit creative with that, hopefully. But I won't worry about it too much if the rest of the puzzle doesn't work. So I'm going to, what should I do?
Okay, I think Niv has sit
I'm gonna keep.
long enough. We should let him start now.
What's that? Sorry.
We'll let Niverio start now. So I'll go start him up and then I'll
Okay.
come back.
Yeah.
We'll see. Hello.
Hello.
Have you had time to think?
Yep, I bet. I also did some preparation.
Okay, cool.
So yeah, for the people who are on the screen, they can see that there's some stuff on the left. So I thought that I would do another candy theme puzzle for this one.
Oh, candy theme.
I haven't thought about what I'm gonna do, but yeah, so I have my 4 colored circles ready. And yeah, I'm gonna play around and see. So for the people who do not know, the candy series is basically where I use 4 different colored circles to indicate X, V, white crop key and black crop key clues, and the solver needs to deduce which is which, and then they just act like normal crop key and XV clues. So yeah, in a 6x6, I think I will need some time to see, because normally the V's are the most restricted in this setup, but in a 6x6, the X's are the most restricted, because there's only 4 6 you can do. So I will see if I will be using every single color. Maybe I will do something different and just use one color, and people need to figure out which color that is, like that sort of thing. I will play around and see. So yeah, I think it's gonna be fun.
Can I ask you a favor to entertain the stream while I quickly go and use the washroom?
All right.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
That. All right. Okay, so right at the given digits, I already have an interesting situation because like we have the 4 6s here. And this is actually going to allow me, so like if I put any type of candy here, here, or here, I already know that it cannot be an X. Although what I would really rather do is get rid of the difference, like the white crocky, which is because white crocky is almost always the one which is the easiest to fill into everywhere. And the moment you know where the white crocky is, then you can do lots of cool things with the others. Most of the time. So my first idea was that I want to use actually only one color and think about which color that can be. And if possible, I would like it to not be the difference. Like, if possible, I want to do a puzzle where I can just get away with using one color of candy, and that being preferably black crocky. I would also be fine with V, because Vs are usually the most underused ones. So, but yeah, so we need to come up with a plan on how to achieve that. Okay, yeah, so we have 1, 2, and a 4, 6 in these cells, and a 3, 5, 4, 6 in these cells. Now that's already unique in the sense that, like, if I put 2 of the same dots in this box, and they are in different rows, they already cannot be V, and they cannot be X for obvious reasons. They could be different, and they could be black dot. So that, like, I would like to achieve that if possible. And if I do, okay, here's a fun thing. So let's say, okay, I think green is a good color to start with. So I know that if I use a green dot here and like proclaim that there's going to be another green dot there, I do know, that this dot will always use the 2. Because even if it's different, it has to be 1, 2. And if it's a black dot, it's going to be 1, 2, or 2, 4. So, like, of course, this is assuming that there's another green dot in this box. Because otherwise, this could be a 1, 4. So if I do something like this, what could we have? Yeah. Yeah, I know that just a singular one here won't be a V or X, but I want to use this configuration because I think not having a 2 here maybe, like having a 2 here might be an easier call. So what would the digits here be in this situation? That's actually, if they are different, this has lots of options. So this would be an odd digit. And if this is a white dot, this is an even digit. So we would have a 4, 6 here and a 3, 5 there. Do I want to have that? Actually, no. I don't like that too much. So let's delete that.
I'm back, by the
Now,
way.
this on its
Just
own.
letting you think. I'm back, by the way. Just letting you.
Yeah, welcome back. Okay, so this already gives me green as one of the crop key. I like that. That opens up possibilities for the future. And this also, I mean, if this is black dot, the only thing it can be is a 3, 6. Which will make this a 5. If it's a... can I force this cell to be not... If I force this cell to be 5, we can do some interesting stuff. Okay. Then we have 1, 5 there, 2, 3 there, and 4, 6 there. So this 2, 3 prevents any dot here from being a black dot. Because I cannot do 1, 2, 2, 4, 3, 6. It can be everything. Although the difference would need to use a 5. Okay, I will keep that in mind. That might be. If I put a green here.
Juggler has made a
I mean, if I put
suggestion
a
in
green here,
chat
this just.
if you want.
Yeah, I'm reading the chat right now. Yeah.
Okay.
Juggler is saying that if I put a green dot here, it's going to have a 2. That's a very good point. Yeah, if I put a dot here, if I put a green one, it is forced to be white dot, which is the situation I want to avoid. Or maybe I will just use 2 colors. I can also do that. Instead of using 1, I can use 2. And we can have an interesting duality. All right. Oh, and an interesting thought. No matter what this is never going to be a 3-5. So this is always a 3 or 5 because one of these digits has to go there because this cannot be a 3-5 on its own. Okay, that's nice. I like that already. So what would be a cool combination for this column? This is an odd digit. Although none of the other constraints really make the odds too useless. Evens are more restricted in the rule sets. Which comes back to Juggler's point about what we should put here. If I put... Yeah, any dot that I put here is going to have a 2 on it. That's cool. The problem is the 2 can go with pretty much anything except 5. I can use that to restrict the 5, actually. Yeah, I like that. Okay, so I'm gonna use a different color dot here. Let's make this a red. So this forces 1, 2, 3 here, and a 5 in one of these. All right. I have 1 and a 3 here as well. Can I get a sort of X-Wing style logic somewhere? Although, no, these cells being empty doesn't let me put another 5 into one of those easily, I don't think. But I do have a 2. If I... And if I use a different dot here, that is going to need a 3 because of 1, 5. Oh.
You have a thought?
Yeah, I'm okay, I just had a thought. Like I think I can force a situation where this being 5 is going to be problematic for this column. Like if I utilize a clue here, or maybe even both, and like that type of clue not being able to be a 5, then a 5 here would put 5s here and there, and that would make 5s from there. That might be cool. And I already know that the 5 can only go on a difference dot, which can be pretty much any color at this point.
But does one of red or green have to be a different dot? I mean, I guess red could be 5 as
No,
well.
I don't. No, that's not forced yet. This can be a V still. Like this can be a 2, 3 as a V, and then this could be a black dot.
Yeah.
So if I were to use a yellow and blue here, it would force one of them to be X. That's going to give an 4/6 pair into one of those, which is kind of interesting.
Right, so if
In that scenario,
there is a yellow and a blue there, then one of them has to be a consecutive dot, is what you're saying. Because the 5 has to go on one of them. Or no, that's only if the 5
yeah, I think that
is in row 6, column 4.
yeah. I mean, that would mean that the red is a difference, but it still doesn't really matter much because 1, 2 would be a black one and 2, 3 could be a B still.
Right.
But I like the geometry. That's the type of thing I want to do in a 6x6 that utilize the geometry. So I'm gonna keep these locations in mind for sure. Or I could even use the vertical too, because vertical can achieve the same effect. If I put double dots there, it would still eliminate all of these cells. But which color would make sense for that? Because then, if I use the same color, but the same color is gonna force it to be a difference dot most likely, and difference dot is the situation I want to avoid. So that may be. How would I achieve that? Yeah, that's an intriguing question. I haven't used 2 colors yet. All right. Okay, so if I were to do this, I'm just putting these for the time being. I know that one of these is 4/6, and that 4/6 is forced to go there. Malrog, yeah, there is also like we can also do this in a colorblind friendly version where you replace the dots with like the colors with A, B, C, D. So
Or different shapes.
I did that for the last puzzle, so I think just doing different letters is probably easier because I don't know what 4 different shapes could be to like which would be relatively simple to do. I mean, I'm not sure I have to do a triangle here, so
Square, circle, triangle, diamond.
yeah, I don't know how to do a diamond. Triangle rather. I know how to do a diamond.
Yeah,
but...
triangle's a hard one. So, all right. So if I put a candy in one of these, I would know which one of these is X. Can we put a similar pressure on the 3 if this is a 3, for example? Because I know one of these has a 2, so these having 2s is also kind of restrictive. Although, again, yeah, that's true. You can just draw an empty triangle with the lines in Sudoku Maker.
But I think you would have to go like really deep into the grid resolution and do on an edge. Yeah, you could, I guess. Anyway, this on its own doesn't give me enough restriction. That's what I know for now. Because at this configuration, the only thing I know is that this is not a difference. And that is not going to help me with the passive one. Also, we are allowed to use givens, right? There's no rule against using
There's
givens.
no rule against that. That would be a sick rule.
Just to keep that in mind in case I want to finalize it that way. Okay, I should also pass mark this like that 1, 3, 5, which are both odd. Like, I want this puzzle to revolve around the one general idea, and after that it will probably collapse. But I want that idea to be not so visible. And I really like this type of logic, but these on their own doesn't do it enough. If I were to make these the same color, what could it be? Like, if I were to make both of these red, what would happen if I make all of these? If I make these red cannot be a V anymore, that's for certain, because these will be both 2, 3, and I cannot do double 1, 4 because of this 3, 5. Of course, they are not going to be X. But I think they can still be black dots, because one of them is going to be 3, 6, and the other one can just be 1, 2, or 2, 4. And if they are a difference dot, yeah, difference dots are not restricted at all.
Black dots seem a little bit weird. Like, I mean, 2, 4, 3, 6 seems fine, but 1, 2, 3, 6 seems difficult.
1, 2, 3, 6 is going to put 3, 2 in the border, and then you are going to have lots of 4, 5s in these cells, basically. Which is going to be extremely restrictive.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I guess that will. Visualization is hard sometimes. Not for you, Niv.
I'm thinking, if I make all of these red, can green be difference in it? That might be an interesting thought to have. Because if green is difference, then these would have to be black properly.
Which means the 5 is broken.
But again, that 1, 2, 3, 6. No, the 5 can't be
no,
on the
5
difference.
can go on the green dot,
that
right?
is the
Right.
problem. Yeah, Palpa has the idea that like these are basically a 4-6 pair right now. Like one of these is a 4-6 pair, which we do not know at the moment. Can I? Okay, if I know one of these is 4-6, can I force which one it is by placing a vertical dot around here? That may be helpful. Also, an interesting thought is one of these has definitely has a 2 or 3 on it, because one of these 4-6 is going to make this make it a pair. So a dot here. I mean, I would like to make this a red dot again, but that's just going to cause a deadly pattern of 2, 3, which is definitely going to be the worst case scenario. If I make it green, I get an interesting situation, because then we are going to have all 4 dots in 2 rows. I'm just trying to go through all the options because I have some time to think about it, and theoretically I could just do a puzzle in 3 minutes if needed, but I want to make this a bit more thoughtful and not so easy, because the last time I took part in the Caterpillar, I did like an anti-XP puzzle that took like 30 seconds to solve. And I would like to have it just a bit harder than that this time around. Wait. I already said that because of all of the logic I did here, like because of all of these dots, that red cannot be a difference dot anyway, right now. And I think I can actually use that. Because if red dot is not... If it's not difference, it has to be a black crop key or a V. Then if I put a red dot here, I take away the black dot option, which forces this to be a V.
Can it still be a white dot?
Okay. No, because like that one is a bit more complicated logic. But if this is a white dot, then there's a problem because then the 5 cannot go on this dot, and then the 5 is there, and then the 5 can't go on any of these, which breaks this. Which is like at this point a very hard deduction for me. Although for a 6x6 candy puzzle, like that might not be the worst. And like a red dot here is already going to, like in any of these subs, I haven't specified where it is going to go yet. It will do some stuff at least. So, and it is going to force this to be a 1-4. Where would that 1-4 may be? Okay, let's for aesthetics sake, let's put it here for now and see what happens. Because this is going to give me a 5x wing here as well, theoretically. So none of these stars can be a 5. Wait, I like this. Because now this cannot be difference.
No,
because if it were, then both 5s would have to go there.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Okay, this is cool. This is actually cool. I like this continuation for now. So now red is V. We know that. And now the 5 is on one of these. And it has to be on one of these dots because they cannot both go there. That means green is not difference. And that means green has to be black dot, I believe. Like that's going to put a 5. Oh wait, that has the same problem in reverse because if this becomes 5, then both of these are 5 on them.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, now I'm questioning, did we ever use the fact that these dots are different color? I don't think we used it, did we? Like, we just put dots here, we were just thinking about that 5s cannot go on them. So technically I could still do this, I believe, and then it will work.
Okay.
And now this also cannot be an X, because if both of these were X, then this is dead, because they would both be 4-6. Okay, so what this would force is a difference dot here. Wait, no.
No, the other way around.
No. Then this is gonna be a difference.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a black dot, and this black dot is going to force to be a 3-6, which is going to give me 5-4-6. And now the 5s are on these cells, so these are both differences, which have to have this.
The red dot can't be a difference dot because of the weird 5 thing.
Yeah, like the red dot not being able to be a difference is a complicated logic that after I get a working prototype of this puzzle, I will explain and think about if it's fair or not. I haven't made that decision in my head yet. Okay, so now I also know that both of these cannot be 4-5 because we'll kill this, and both of them cannot be 5-6 because there's a 6 here. So this is exactly 1-4-5 and 1-5-6. That's also an interesting thought. Now, do I want to use an X dot or not? I hope that I don't need to. But now I need a clue to sort of disseminate all of this. Although, does the logic still apply? Because we said earlier that if this is not difference, one of these have to be difference, right? Or rather, because when I change the color of this, it might have an effect on this deduction not being true. So let's think back to that. So this was 1, 2, 3. There's a 5 on one of these. We know that because even if this is difference, there's no 5 on. So if this is a difference dot, this isn't difference, that isn't difference, and that isn't difference, and that puts a 5 there. And yeah, okay, the logic still stands. This being difference breaks the 5 in column 3. Okay.
Is there definitely a
Okay, so
4
I
on
think
those
there will
yellow
be
dots?
yeah. There is exactly 1 4, 2 5s, and 1 6.
Okay, so then 4 is quite restricted in that column, yeah.
Yeah, it's in one of these because one of these is going to force an X-wing, so we have that, and we
So
also
that's a
have like 2 3
2 3
6.
pair. 2 3 6, sorry, yeah. 2 3 6, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. All right, so I think we can probably force this entire grid by 1 clue, I believe, is what I'm thinking right now.
Marty's been stewing for a while, so I think
Right.
I'm gonna go check in with him and we'll come back and maybe you'll find your one perfect clue by the time we come back.
Yep,
Sounds
good
good.
luck. Thank you. And
All right. Hello.
But I can. Hello. So I've been doing a bit of rejigging.
Wow, you have.
Yeah, I got to a point where I filled in the left-hand side. It broke. I didn't have anywhere to put the 161616 line in the end. So
Oh.
what I'm going to do now is just try and find a grid that works, and then I'm going to basically then try and solve it. And if I get to a point where it's not unique, I might just add a couple of extra little clues in, or probably my favourite type of clue would be to put in little crosses in places where the line can't cross, or some kind of little emoji or something, which means the lines can't go there. Instead of putting like crop dots and things, but I won't even rule that out. If I do it, I'll do it. So I have got a grid here. I think that we have all the different options. We've got 4, 2, 0, 5, 3, and 1. But that is going to be a deadly pattern now, I think. Annoyingly.
The same one.
Yeah. Although what I have got in some of my other puzzles is I put a little diamond on the line, which indicates the difference of the line. So if I have a diamond on there, it will indicate that it is a one difference line, which is I don't mind doing that, because that is something I've done in a few of my other difference puzzles. I could even have a diamond on the 3 difference line there. That might be enough. That might.
You can't
What? Okay, I'm gonna.
1/6 down to that 1 and then just have the 2 1 2 or something like that.
Say again, sorry, do what?
If you extended the 1/6 further.
Oh yes. Yeah, I actually had that to start with, didn't I? And then why did I get rid of it? I only got rid of that so I could keep these 2 dots here where I had them originally. But I actually prefer what you're saying, yeah. So I can do that, and I can do that. And it might mess the logic up around this. Oh no, it doesn't actually.
No, I don't think it
dot
will.
can't escape at all. That's fine. Okay, I like what you said there. Then that's a very good suggestion. So I think that is just. I can get rid of this spot in the corner, which is not that isn't doing anything. Right, I think I've got 12 spots and the same correct differences. Do I have any dodgy 0 difference lines that aren't possible ones that I don't think I have. I did this square pink as a danger square earlier because it was that was where I wasn't allowed to put a dot because it would make one, but I think I might have moved that anyway. I might move the other end of it now, so it wasn't a problem now.
Yeah, I mean you have the 2 2 if I understand it correctly. I mean they could go directly for a 0 difference.
The lines have to be at least three cells long. So you couldn't do that.
Yeah, I think that works then.
I think it's fine. Okay, what I'm going to do is do a little screenshot of that, just so we got it there in case I forget. Then I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to delete that layer now. Right, let's get the lines out. I'm going to try and solve it. And if we get stuck, I'm just going to probably put another clue in. So let's just convince ourselves that that is the only. Oh, wait a minute. Why is that not drawing? Let's try refreshing that. Okay. You see any other options I've missed for a 3-cell line that can build all the same digit?
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
That's
I-
pretty
I-
tough to get zero difference of
yeah. Let me highlight the
3 cells.
possibilities in the grid where that can go. It's those, and I think it's those.
I mean, 'cause you have to
And
end at
then
dots, right? I mean, so
Yeah,
yeah,
he's
you
just
have to end the
showing
dots.
all the
So I
possible
think yeah,
greater than
I'm showing
3
all the
cells.
possible one, and I think this one is the only one that ends
Yeah.
has a dot on both ends, which is good. So that's fine. So let's do that. And it's quite easy to prove they have to be 4s, as we've done already. So puts that like that. Now, this, if anything, well, can this dot connect up here to one of these? It probably could. Might have to put something there. What else can we force now?
Not seeing much.
Okay. No. So it's because we moved these dots over from here that this is no longer forced upwards. I might have to have a couple of cells, which means the line cannot enter that cell. Let's just remind ourselves of what the finished grid looks like. Oh no, it can't go back that far now. I'm gonna have a look at my little screenshot I made, which you won't be able to see. Yeah, that's right. So this one ends up joining with that for the difference of 2 lines. So yeah, nothing comes through it. So I kind of want to put something on that cell, which means that you can't go through it. It's a little bit heavy-handed, but it's taking a long time now. So, so this is now forced up there. What's the longest someone's taken to make a puzzle on here?
On stream, probably a little
Yeah.
under 2 hours, I would say. We're getting
Okay,
close.
I'm almost at that now.
We're getting close, yeah.
Chuck me off when you need to. So
we'll try to finish the puzzle, but yeah, probably try to wrap up if you can.
I think it'd be alright. If I have a few of these circles, I think it will be okay. So
and you can always change things after as long as the solution is still the same. Like the 4 digits that are being passed on, I mean.
That's true, yeah, up here. So what we need now is a difference of 5 line, which I think was restricted quite a lot. So by colouring things that couldn't. I mean, that can't be arters. This 616 does work, doesn't it? Fortunately. What we do know is that this has to come down now, I think, because you have 4 up here, so you can't come left with this, because it would create an odd number of things in there. So we might be able to get something out of this line here. Let's remove some options. 6, 3, and then it could go there. Can we remove anything? I don't think we can. If I check my, put another circle there. Doesn't really help though, the fact that it does go diagonally there. This. Yeah, feel free to make any suggestions if you've got any for how to how to force things at this point.
Yeah, I'm
If
trying
you
to
can
think,
remember
but I can't.
what the answer was. So this was linking to this as a 135 or 53135 line. This is linking to that as a 626. Then we had down here 212. That's 16161. Okay, what we could do, said that could be 616, so I could put a circle here to make sure that can't happen.
Yeah, I'm looking at the solution now, so I'm trying to think now.
Okay, did you do a screenshot as well?
I pulled it up. I can go back in the stream and pull it up.
Oh, clever. That makes sense. So yeah, I think this could be the way forward. Is just to limit what can be 616, because once we put that in, that's massive. This could be 616 down here in 2 ways. Unfortunately. Hmm. Okay, if that comes. Actually, that can never link to that, I don't think. How does that work? Oh, 5656 does work, doesn't it? I could do what I said on diamond actually.
Yeah, I wonder if you put a diamond. I was just thinking about this in row 6, column 3. Then we know that's part of a line.
I might try the diamonds instead of the circles as like an extra clue because it's a bit might be a bit more elegant. So what I might do actually is move that. So yeah, I might get that deadly pattern back here instead of. Was it there?
Yeah, and then there was a circle in row 4, column 4.
Yeah. Yeah, I might do that instead. So, and then if I have the diamond instead, that might be way forward. Something like that. The thing is that that means that this now Actually, it could still go that way, couldn't it?
Yeah, I think
Still
you
need that
can.
circle in there. Yeah, but that will help things, I think, because I mean, you can immediately say that can't be a 5 or a 6.
I mean, if you put a diamond in
I want
in the cell next to that as well, to the right,
yeah.
that one does
Here?
match. Yeah, there. That one does match the 3 difference on that line, and it would tell you that those belong to different lines, which is kind of interesting.
The only problem with that is that the spots kind of denote the end of a line. So how do I put a diamond there? How does that?
Oh
How
yeah,
do
I
they
don't
know
know.
that's a spot as well? Unless I have a diamond with a spot inside it, kind of thing. But yeah, it might get a bit messy potentially. Can I have any other spots on any of the other lines?
That's the
No,
only spot I
none
could
of the
find.
other none of the other lines. Yeah, none of the other spots are actually lines are actually suitable. Maybe it was about the circles then. Move that back again to when it was like that and without that there. And put it back there. And I'm just going to put another one in up here, I think. So we said this has to go up here. You've got 4 here. This has to come down here. It could go like that, but probably doesn't.
We still need another dot in row 4, column 6, or row 6, column 4. Sorry.
I missed one.
Yeah, row 6, column 4 needs a dot.
Yeah, you're right. So what can we say about these? Look quite constrained together. None of these go in there. Well, that does join like that. This one can join to that. Join to that. This one I think can join to that. I just start colouring in all the all the cells that don't have a line now. Not what I wanted to do, but I might have to in the end. So that obviously this has to take this square now.
Doesn't have to take it
Not
directly.
necessarily directly, but
No.
yeah. Let me just do colouring instead. So green.
That does force the other one to go to the left, though. Yeah.
This one to go. Oh yeah, this one. Yeah, definitely does actually. That's quite good actually.
I think it could still go diagonal though.
Yeah. Do that. Yeah, yeah, you're right. But that is forced. That's fine. Yeah, then one of these will escape through here. This
Or
one
it could
has
take
got needs
diagonally, couldn't it? Still.
This one, well, from here, can go
From
to
the other
anywhere.
one. The
No.
right one could go diagonal up. So then neither of them, it's possible, but neither of them take that cell.
Oh, this cell.
Yeah.
If this one goes up there, oh yeah, you're right, and this one goes like that. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
I wish it was true, but it isn't.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought this was going to force itself a bit more than it is at the moment. Or maybe we're just missing something. Very possible.
It looks like Niverio probably finally put something into the grid, so I'll go check on what he's been doing. And then I'll come
Yeah,
back
go
to
for
you.
it. Go for it.
Or not. Oh, he's got something. Hello. What's happening? Oh.
Hello. I ran into some of the most interesting deductions ever. So
Oh.
like I now have an unavoidable dead pattern and trying to figure out how to fix it. So basically what I realized is from our situation before, so initially I had this pencil mark
Right.
right now, but then I realized I cannot put a 6 in any of these cells. And I learned this the hard way, because if I make this 6, then this becomes 4, 5, this becomes 1, and then we have this situation.
Oh. And that's
Yeah,
true of both
so
boxes,
that took a
right?
long while to realize.
Wow, okay.
So with that knowledge, the updated pencil marks are like this. And now I was thinking, like, none of the dots actually disambiguate these patterns on their own, but I might go a bit cheeky, and I was thinking that if I was doing a smaller dance side here, for example, and thinking about what it could do in that situation, because then you dissolve most of this in this manner, and then the later disambiguation might be a lot easier if it's done this way. But of course, this is just an overall thought right now because I haven't done much more than that. I put lots of dots here, and an interesting idea I had was putting a green circle there. And this lead to lots of promise, because this now has to be a 4, because you cannot do 6, 3, and you cannot put a 5. And this resolves pretty much everything. Like this becomes a 2, and then you get everything here. This all works nice and clean. Until you run into a deadly pattern, which is a very nasty deadly pattern, because it is 2 dead patterns in the price of 1. Then you end up with this. Like, this is not the worst, and I thought of actually just putting a palindrome here.
Right.
To disambiguate this, because I think like I want to do it like that, because that is actually not the worst, and I want to retain all of the logic I had. And I am confident that any other logic that I would put, like any other dot, would require at least 3 or 4 more dots just to disambiguate first this pattern and then this pattern as well. And I want to keep the dots relatively minimalistic as if I can. So I think I'm gonna try and like this also looks kind of nice because it's right in the middle of the grid, with the gray.
Yeah.
Although we are going in this direction. So I might call it there and give it a test solve. Because I think earlier on people were also saying that they didn't really understand why this couldn't be a difference line. Inequality sign, no. Inequality sign doesn't help because I need to disambiguate 2 things. And I don't think I can do it. Is inequality sign diagonally. That would be kind of weird. Okay, so let's think if this is... So let's see if this is a good solvable puzzle at this situation. So if I delete everything... So I want to first look at this just in case it doesn't like bypass anything. So let's just write 1, 2, 3, 5. A 2-cell time with it didn't have power because this was a 2, 3 and this was a 2, 4, and it just makes this 4, but it doesn't disambiguate this.
Yeah.
Okay, so what did we have before? Like, what were we talking about? So the logic was, first of all, this cannot be a 3, 5 on its own. Like, any dot cannot be a 3, 5. So this one of these has to go there. So this cell is a 3 or 5. Then the key point was also this is also 1, 2, 3, 5. And actually this cannot have a 5 on it, because the only way 5 can be on a dot is if it's a difference, and we don't have a 4 or 6 possible. Oh, Malrog Matt have more
Oh,
than
the other
this
way, yeah.
direction.
The other way would work.
Yeah. Yeah, the other way around would work, yeah. Okay. So now we have a 5 in one of these cells. Now, the logic with the red diamond not being difference was this. If red is difference, so if this is the white crop key, then this is not white crop key. So it would put 5 here. However, then if this cell is a 5, and if this is a different cell, the 5, like, it has to live there, and it also has to live there, because none of these dots can have a 5 on them. So you would end up in this situation where you cannot put 5 in this column. That was the reason why red cannot be a difference dot. Now, do I think that is fair? Honestly, I do. In the sense that, like, when I look at this grid, like, there's not much else to go off of, right? And I want people to think a bit. I don't think it's unfair. I think it's all about the geometry. Like, this should definitely tip some people off, I think, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the moment red is not difference, now this dot prevents it from being a black dot, because for it to be a black dot, like, we only have 1, 4, 5, 6 here, and none of those digits make a valid black dot. And now this is not a black dot, and therefore it cannot be a 1, 2 anymore. So this is a 2, 3. And 2, 3, which is not a difference dot, now has to be a V, which also forces this. And now we have the aligning 5s in these two rows, which then, and I also know now yellow has to be the difference dot, because if this is not a difference dot, then the 5s are going to be here and here, and that is not going to work. So these become difference dots, and that in turn is going to make this green not a difference dot. It's not an X, and it's not a V. So this is going to be a black dot. And the only way to make a black dot out of these digits is 3, 6, and that's going to force a 5 here, a 4 there, a 6 there. And now with the 5, we know that there's a 5 in both of these cells. Now, a difference dot with a 5 can only be 4, 5, 6. And now, this dot is going to lead us. It's a black dot, so it cannot have a 5 on it, so the 5 is there. And if this was a 6, this would be a 6, 3, looking down at here, which is not going to work. So this becomes a 4 and leads to a 2. Now this becomes a 5. And now this 4 is going to look left. That's going to make this a 4. We're going to make this a 6. Now this 2, 4 looks down, makes it a 1. This 6 fixes this pattern over here. Yeah, and now we can use the palindrome. And it's not going to be useful before any of this stuff is resolved. So I really like this palindrome for the disambiguation in the end. So now this cannot be a 3, so this becomes 2, 2. Yeah, the rest should be just straightforward Sudoku at this point. Yep. And now that's a 3. This 5, 6 should be resolved somehow. Yeah, that 1 is going to force this. Okay, and I'm leaving a 1, 2, 4, 6 to my next set, right? Okay, I think I'm happy with this. I think this is good.
Cool, cool. Thank
Now,
you. Looks very tasty. Like to eat this candy.
Yep. 2 dots from each color as well, except the XV. So yeah, I like that.
Yeah. Cool. All right. Well, thank you,
So thanks for
Niverio.
hosting me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna, yep.
Take care.
And that have things in common. They're the same parity. So the only options are 5, 3, 1, 3, 5, which is what it is. 5, 3, 5, 3, 5. I mean, this can't be 5 or 6 now, I don't think. This has to be the same as that, doesn't it? I think it does. Hopefully that does some stuff. A little bit, a little bit.
Hello, by the way.
Hello, sorry I'm taking so long, mate. Just disrupting the stream. Hello.
Thankfully, people took very little time in the first round, so
Who was that?
a lot of people took
Who was quick?
like half an
Oh,
hour
a lot of
at
people.
most.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
That's.
like 4 people. So
Oh,
we're ahead of schedule still, I think.
I thought this. Yeah, I thought this may go like that, but it's actually not turned out that way. I'd already played around a bit with this a few months ago. I thought having the given digits in here would just make it pretty smooth.
I think we
So
might have
what
actually
I've
caught
done
up to our
is,
schedule. So
yeah, cool. I think I've managed to force the fact that that has to link up like that, and we've got that force. I think it only needs like 1 or 2 more deductions, and it will all come together. And I'll put another circle in if I have to. So this has to come down. It has to link to somewhere. We know that's a difference of 3 or 4 here. This is going to be a difference of 4 or 3. That could be 4, 3, or 2. We still need a difference of 1 and a difference of 5 over here. Difference of 5 is the obviously tricky one to get. It's just the only annoying thing is that it could go here at the moment, which it's not. That's 3, 6, 3.
are you?
Oh, but either way, that's 6.
Sorry.
Tom.
Are you confident that you can force the solution that you had before? The one that we were looking at?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, I think that should be fine.
Okay, we might boot you off stream and use the corner digits.
Yeah, no worries. The corner digits were, you got those, haven't you? Yeah, 2, 1, 4, 6 in the
yes.
2, 1, 4, 6. All right, cool. Don't blame me. It's been fun though, mate.
Yeah, it's been fun. It's an interesting idea, so.
Thank you. I will carry on now, and I'll send it over to you when it's done.
Perfect.
All right, mate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Yeah, I'll chat to you soon, man.
All right, let's take a look at the big grid quickly here. I think Malrock has spent a lot of time updating it, so might as well appreciate his efforts before we jump into the next setter. If it'll even load, it's too big. There we go. I pressed refresh too many times. There we go. Come on, Caterpillar. You've got this. You've got this. You can load up. There we go. Look at this beautiful thing. So these are all already set. We're getting close to the new ones. Here we go. New ones coming in. These are offline setters. Set these, and then this one is the first one down here. So we got those 4 that have been set on that branch today. The big grid is a puzzle TV editing thingy thing that Chameleon set up. And it's going to export directly into Sudoku Maker. And we've got these 4 puzzles, or 2 puzzles right now in here that have been set today. So we've got some nice things going on. Unfortunately, the emojis are not showing up for us right now. which is very sad for Juggler's Puzzle with the cats and pillars, and for Clark and Benny's puzzles that have some cat emojis and some lettuce and some toys. So these circles and squares are taking, and the cat, I wrote the word cat there because we couldn't do a cat emoji. Okay, we have MadMahogany in one of the channels, so we can go visit with them. Hello, hello. How's it going?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What are we
Thanks
setting
for
up
having me
today?
here.
Yeah, perfect.
So I was thinking of two constraints. The first being like a Manhattan constraint. So it's something I've tried in the past. So for example, if in this cell I had like a 3, then cells which are 3 spaces away from this, so any of these cells
hmm
would not be able to have a 3. So
Like a
like a negating constraint.
taxi cab, right? That's another word for that?
Yeah, the taxi cab.
Right.
Yeah. And yeah, I wanted to kind of interplay that with another constraint, which I was thinking about, which for the life of me, I can't remember the name of it, but I saw it on some puzzle on Logic Masters Germany like 4 years ago. But the idea being that for this square, say this is like a 6, for example, then this is in row 3, column 2 is equal to 6. So if I think of 3, 2, 6, all cyclical permutations of that have to exist in the grid. So an example being, since this is row 3, column 2, value 6, row 6, column 3 will have a value of 2. Obviously, this doesn't work in this case. And then
Right.
the next one being row 2, column 6 having a value of 3. So every one of these enforces this sort of triangle.
Okay. I think that is okay, but the taxi cab, if it's just the anti-taxi cab constraint, then unfortunately we don't allow global constraints that like restrict the grid in that way because you don't know where it stops between grids. So it's a little bit confusing on the edge, right?
I see.
But the
Yes.
cyclical
Okay, that
thing,
makes sense.
I
Then
don't
I
think
might.
that would make any sense. I don't think that can be confused, but the taxi cab is a no-go. Sorry.
Oh yeah, no worries, no worries. So, but this, if I have this sort of constraint, which is like a referential constraint, would that?
I think that's
I guess
okay.
that would also
Yeah,
kind of
that's okay.
influence this one.
I think that's okay because this is
Okay.
there's within this grid you have to have these cyclical things. It doesn't really impact the other grids or digits next to them or whatever.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking of trying something of this sort where we have some sort of symmetry in the clues that will induce all of the triangles. So there's a 6 here. So these would be row 4, column 5, 6.
So what are the secrets that are related to this? I mean, I'm sure this has something to do with the diagonal, right? Like diagonal.
Yes. So yeah, I think one of the things is that the yeah, if you have anything where it's equal to, like the row is equal to the column, or the row and the column are equal to each other,
Mm-hmm.
then you would have like some sort of redundancy. So for example, if this were a 3, then the triangle is just self-contained. So it's row 3, column 3 equal to 3.
Right.
So it doesn't give any additional information. Whereas if this were maybe a 4, then this would lead to row 4, column 3 being a 3, and this one also being a 3.
Right.
So it's sort of not exactly mirrors, but if there's anything along the diagonal that's not equal to itself, it leads to this sort of pattern where you can have things going across from these.
Hmm.
Maybe I might actually try manipulating something like that. Also, is it okay if I like mention this with some name, but then say that I'm not exactly sure what the original name of this is?
Yeah. That's fine.
Okay. Yeah, I just it's sort of in the back of my head, but I forgot where I saw it. Okay. So this is a 1, for example. 0 to column 2 being 1, that would lead to a contradiction here. So
we're gonna hop over and start jneen into her grid, and then we'll pop back and see what you've come up with. Okay?
Yep. Yep.
Hello.
Hello. How's it going?
Good. How are you doing?
Not bad. There we are. Hey, everybody. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, can hear perfectly.
Sweet. Okay. I'm Jneen. It's been a minute since I've been setting.
Okay.
So we'll see how this goes. I did a bit of a warm-up puzzle with the constraints that I'm looking at today, so hopefully some of that will carry over. This is going to be interesting with the stop. Still not quite used to Sudoku. This 3-5 pair here.
Mhm.
So okay, the pattern that I had going that I think it could be interesting. How do I want to do this here? I think this is probably the most.
So what is the constraint that you're going for?
Well, so if you've seen any of my other puzzles, I sort of made giant cages my entire personality, which is I find them really fun, and they have like these really big logic that I find to be really fun. They're also a huge pain in the ass to set. But so we'll see how this goes. Oh yeah, shout outs to the Mario Maker troll community, which there's a very large overlap with Sudoku community. I think at least like 8 people.
Yeah.
In that overlap.
I've heard someone
really fun.
say that before.
Yeah. I saw Dorlier in chat earlier, and 3Good was on the stream.
Yeah.
About a week ago or so. So, a couple interesting things about this cage configuration. If you're used to large cages, this will pop out fairly immediately. But if you look at this region up here, you can see I need 3 sets, and I have 2 delineated in cages. So you can pretty clearly see that this here has to be a set, right?
Right.
Same goes here. But a little bit more subtle one, though in retrospect maybe a little more obvious, is that this is a set, right? On account of, these 2 columns. And then if you look across this way, this is also a set.
Oh, that's weird. Yeah, true.
Yeah, right? So you get some interesting things. This is a 1.
Yeah.
Just sort of because it's the only place 1 can go in this orange set.
Oh, I saw it a different
Um,
way. Like if you look at the purple set, then there's a 3/5, right?
Right, yeah, you get a 3/5 here as well.
And then that L-shaped set, I was thinking there's a 1 in that L-shaped set. So.
Right, yeah, so there's a bunch of different ways to see
Yeah.
it.
Which of course there is, right?
Yeah. And then, but it actually goes a little bit deeper than that, because actually you can kind of see here that there's clones, but this is not that interesting to say that, you know, these are the same and these are the same, right? That's sort of just because these have to be different because of the cage.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look over to this corner, you're actually going to find the exact same clone structure. So these two are the same. By the same logic that we put the 1 here. So whatever this is, you can either see it as the only place for it to go in this region here, is here.
Right.
Or you can kind of see that, like, you can start coloring and say, okay, well, you know, these two have to be the same as these two, on account of, you know, this region here.
Right.
And then these are different. And so you end up with this sort of the 3/5 pair logic here.
Right.
That can also apply. And then it sort of just cascades, and you end up with how best to see this. So let's say, well, we know these just by this region that these pairs are equal, and so you get immediately these clones as well. Maybe those aren't the best colors, but you can kind of see that, just because these two have to be different and these pairs are the same.
Yeah.
So it gets a little interesting when I added to the mix, and I'm still not exactly sure I want to do this. I'm going to do this with a greater than sign eventually, but Sudoku Maker doesn't have one of those, so I'm just going to use a little thermometer. If you say this little configuration is actually very interesting because you take the 3 digits that are in these clones, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you've spaced them out and put them in order. So, for example, let's give these names. Yeah. Can I do letters?
Not in Sudoku Maker. At least you could do it in text, I suppose, in the centers.
Yeah, this is just as an example, right? Like, so you can see dark green and yellow are spaced 2 apart. Light green and yellow are spaced 2 apart. But dark green is bigger than light green.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So you immediately get this, like, how does this go? This is the bigger one. So
it's like some kind of weird entropic line with the thermo.
Yeah, so it's like either 135 or 246, just like off the bat.
Right.
Which I find to be really interesting. And because of the givens that I've done and the order that I've done this in, this just immediately is 246 on account of this 1 here.
Cool.
So I'm hoping that's fair. I'm trying to use, apart from these 3, my plan is to use very, very weak constraints to make it like, I think in the practice one I did, I had a crotchy dot that was like greater than or greater than 1, right? Like,
right.
You know, stuff that you are not going to really be looking for a break-in.
Mhm.
Just because
Uh,
this is going to be a fairly brittle thing, and getting it to resolve is weird. So I'm just got to make sure that I haven't already broken it.
yeah, Chameleon said it's already broken.
Dang it.
Yeah, there's not enough places for 3 and 5 to go in row 3.
Yeah. Row 3. Yep. That is broken. Okay. So, there's a couple of things that I can do. I can reverse the thermometer.
Yeah, that was my first thought. Probably.
Let's just
work.
see how that looks. Delete all these pencil marks. So that gives me 5, 6 here. 1, 2 here. 2 there. 5, 6, 4. Yeah, and like I said, like this, large cages are always super brittle, so I'm going to break this a lot. Like, it's going to be a bloodbath. So now our row 3 problems are alleviated to the point where this could in fact be 3, 5.
Yeah, I think we actually need it to be 3, 5 because if it's 4, 6, then there's still no place for 3 and 5 to go in that row.
It's true. Let me just do before I where's the solution count thing? Okay, so we're still good. We're still good. We're not broken yet. I'm going to be making a lot of use of that because again, this setup is very brittle. So like you said, if this is 3, or if this is not 3, 5, this was 4, 6. We would, where do 3 and 5 go in this row? They both go here. So this actually has to be 3. Oops. 3, 5. Which by our clones gets us that this is a 1, 5 set. So let's see where we can take this.
Yeah, that's true. It's even if you just had that 2 dot in row 3, that would already mean that it's 3, 5.
That's true. That's true. That's interesting because the spare digits from the given cage are conveniently spaced 2 apart. So depending on how brittle this gets, I might make these greater than or equal to 2 dots. But let's keep going with this and just see, like, how many 5s can I get right now? So I have a 5 here, which gets stuck here, and then okay, so 5s are stalled. 3s, got my 3s here, and
Get
these
a
here.
couple 1s, I think.
Yeah, there's a 1. I got a 1 like that.
There's a given 1.
Nope, it's here. Yeah. That's all the 1s immediately. Okay. So I want the bulk of this puzzle to be finding the clones. So I don't want this to be too difficult once you have that. Because that's the most interesting part. This is 2, 4, 6, something like that. Ooh, so this actually goes here. These are another fun little clone. I'm actually not sure if that's general. That would be interesting if that was a general clone, but I don't think it is.
No, you need to place the
No,
1.
it could have gone here in principle, yeah. And then these are also bad color. Sure. These are the same as well. Purple is up there. Okay. So what can I add to this? So this is also, so 2, 4, and 6 are kind of very free right now.
I guess row 3, column 2.
It's
finds
just 2 or 4.
finds a nice place in box 1.
True. And that's because of this 1 and this 1. So that's not a 6.
Be cool if you could force that to blue somehow, and then it would be 4. But I don't see
It
how.
would be... If it was blue, I just want to see if everything breaks. You get 1 here. It is 4. And that's all of them. Okay.
That does not do very much to disambiguate everything else, though.
It really doesn't, yeah.
No, it's not. Great.
The 2s and the 6s and the 3s and 5s
Mhm.
will still be a bit of a beast.
I'm gonna go check back in with our friend MadMahogany, and then we'll come back and see how you progressed.
Right.
I muted too early. Whatever, it's fine. Sorry, Janine. Hello. How's it going?
Hello. I think been good. I realized that I thought I might incorporate like odd even constraints because I think it may potentially work well, especially when you're trying to ascertain where the triangle is supposed to go.
Right.
So far I have made this reduction. I think it might be a bit too deep, but I'll see if I can get like a completed grid and then maybe go through it and see if I can make that more apparent as a break-in.
All right, so that's with the 6. Okay, cool.
Yes. Yeah, so yeah, a lot of the logic for this is like if you have like a red square, I was thinking of putting one here, for example. So if there were one, the form row 4, column 1, value x, so 4, 1, x. And the cyclic permutation would be x, 4, 1. So in the xth row, the 4th column being 1, and you can see that the second value cannot be 1. So this, for example, cannot be a 2. So as of now, these are the possible values that this can take. And then if you were to do one more permutation for that, you would have 1 x4. So in the first row, xth column being 4, and the only one that leads to a contradiction is if a 4 is here. So it can't be 6, but that was already given from this one. So I'm trying to see if I can try imbibing more structure by using these odd even constraints.
taking a while to get my head wrapped around, like, what's even a good place to think about, so that's why I'm being so quiet.
Oh yeah, I'm just doing a bunch of the calculations in my head as well.
Okay.
So I tried putting this here because one consequence is if this was a 1, for example.
Mhm.
So if any two of the row column or the value become equal to each other, then you have this symmetry across the diagonal. So if this is the 1, then that would force this to be a 1. But in turn, that would force this to be a 4, which I'm trying to
Right.
maybe not allow that in this case. So that would remove 1 from this. And then this being a 4 would mean that it's row 4, column 1, value 4. So that would flip to 4, 4 being 1, and then this being a 4. So these two would actually be in the same triangle, and that would make this a 4. But it would be cool if I can try enforcing this to be odd, because then two odd constraints will work pretty well with each other, especially in the row.
Mhm.
So let's see if there's any way of enforcing that.
Right, because that would put a 4 where the 3 already is.
Exactly, yeah. So yeah, so I think that the 3 I think does not actually lead to a contradiction, because that's row 3 column 4 being a 1, and then row 1 column 3 being a 4. These 3 would be in this triangle in this case. And doesn't immediately seem to be breaking.
Yeah.
Mm.
I mean,
Might have chosen a slightly convoluted constraint for this, unfortunately. But yeah, hopefully I can add some more logic to this.
Riff Clown suggests looking at 6 in box 1. It is 2 possibles.
Oh yeah, it would be in these two. In that case, oh yeah, okay. Yeah, so then these would be a 3-6. Should have put that in.
No, there's
Oh
already
wait,
6
no,
in the
my
column.
bad.
Yeah.
6 can be there. Yeah. These two are the 6s. That's on me. So I'm just seeing, for example, if this were a 5, I would put a 2 here and here. So then in the first square, it has to go there. So these would be, so this would break. There wouldn't be any place to
Right.
put a 2 in this box here. That's a bit deep, but
Yeah.
I'll see if, as long as I mean, once there is like a solution, then I might try adding a few more clues to see if it makes more sense. So 3 means these two are 2s. You have 2 here, so 2 is between these two. That forces a 2 here, 2 here.
Yeah, I think that works.
And a 2 here. Yeah, this seems to be working. Yeah.
Well, I think I'm gonna go check on Janine because it seems like she's pretty close to a solution, and then we'll come back and see what odd
Sure,
evens
sure.
you've been up to. Hello, Janine. How's it going?
Hello. So I have something that's unique. I don't know if I like it, but it's unique.
What are the
so
orange
what I,
lines?
the orange lines are going to be my greater than or equal, or sorry, greater than 1 dots.
Okay.
I have them as Dutch whispers set to difference at least 2 for the program. So what the thing, it's kind of a cool deduction, but it distracts a little bit from the point of the puzzle. There's like an alternate break in here, which is that these are immediately 1-3. Because if they have to be spaced 1 apart, at least. Oh, no, that's not true. That's not true at all. They could easily be 3-5.
Well, no, because there's a
they do have to
3-5
have a
pair in box 5.
Yeah, for sure. So as soon as you get 3-5 here, they can't be 3-5.
They could be 2-5.
They could be 2-5, but it does have to have a 5 on it, and you just immediately get digits. Which is gonna
1-3
muddy up the logic over here that's supposed to...
Is 1-3 not an option there?
Say again?
1-3 not an option?
Oh, 1-3 is an option. Okay,
So it doesn't have to have a
never
5.
mind.
It can be 1-3, 2-5, or 3-5. Oh no, not 3-5.
1-3, 2-5, or
1-5. 1-5. 1-5 is what I meant to say.
Yeah, 1-5 would be okay as well. Okay. I take
So
back
there's 3
my
options, yeah.
point then. Because I think a solver is likely to look near the givens first.
Yeah.
When here a lot of the juicy stuff is up here. Could be an issue.
I think it's kind of hard to control the solver's path with these cages, though.
No, absolutely. Yeah,
There's a lot they can
there's
do.
so much. But then I guess with these pencil marks, it kind of suggests this thing here. Though I think I would hope that when a solver sees like size 6 cages everywhere, they're going to start drawing colors. You know, like
yeah.
I would hope that that like this puzzle is about geometry. It's kind of on its face. So yeah, you get a 1 here. That eliminates 1 and 2 here. You get a 3-5 pair. You get a 6. Not 6. The other one, 2. Okay.
So basically, the lines are not consecutive lines.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
They're going to be dots.
Okay.
In the final thing, it's just if I want to use the check if it's unique button, I needed a way to explain that to the computer. And Dutch whispers have a minimum difference settings,
right?
So it's very convenient. Basically, I'm gonna just make them look like these, but say greater than 1. And then we'll have an inequality here. So I'm just trying to see how far I can get in the solve without using any of the clones. You know what I mean? So 2 is in one of these. It could easily be here if that's a 5. So that's fine. So if I get stuck without being able to find the clones in a way that's suggestive of I should look for something involving up here, then I'm happy. I did use a region to get the 1. There's some other ways to do that. Here, I can show you that. So let's see. You have a 1. Where does 1 go in this row? Right? Can't be. Well, I guess I use the regions to get this 3-5 as well here.
Yeah, you have to ask where does 1 go in the cage in columns 1
You
and
have to-
2. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to get the 1 in here, eliminating the 1 here. Then that eliminates the ones there. Gives you a 1 in one of those. And then 1 in this box is in one of those, but it's not there. And then you get this. So there's ways around it.
Mm-hmm.
There's always ways around it by doing like, reflecting like pointing pairs and pointing triples across the grid from the cages, which is fine. It's equivalent logic anyway. It's whatever. So if this is as far as you can get without doing a coloring exercise, then I'm fairly happy, actually. So let's do step 1 without the clones, just to say, let's say you notice that's a region. I don't think that gets you a whole lot just off the bat. Yeah, I think I'm happy. I think you basically need to find the clones for this. Which is cool. Just because this non-consecutive thing is just so weak, right? Like, yeah, there's just so much stuff that it could still be.
Right.
And you just don't have enough interacting with these dots a priori to make immediate deductions on them. So okay, let's solve it with the clones then. So let's say you've found that this is the same as this one. And these two. And these two. I'm just picking colors at random. Sorry if they're terrible.
It's okay. I do the same thing.
Then you have this fun little like struts problem where you're kind of putting a 2-spaced things within the space of 1 to 6, and you know what order they go in because of the inequality. So you get this 1, 2, 5, 6. Let's say you've also found 3, 5 here. Now, someone actually mentioned that this has to be 3, 5 just immediately, or they have to be odd. I think you can get that as soon as you get this 3, 5 pair. These have to be odd because they're the same parity, and if they were both even, then where do 3 and 5 go in the box? So one of them is a 3 or a 5, at least. So you get this pencil mark a priori, which still doesn't give you that much, I think.
Well, you do know that 1 in the box, it's corner marked in the box.
Oh, you're right. So you would get a 3, 5 pair there.
Yeah.
Let me just follow that real quick. You get a 3, 5 like that. You know these are odd. So you get 1, 3, 5. And let's say you do 1 in this row. It has to be here, eliminating 1 from there. Does that get me anywhere? Presume I have a 2 here. So I like to check my puzzles for cheese.
Mhm.
Like if there's like an unsatisfying like bang your head against it and whittle down things, then that's gonna be the thing that most people are gonna do.
Right.
So I like to have a nice little getting stuck moment, at least. Yeah, you know, I don't think I'm getting much farther than this. But I'm not the best solver I know, so maybe someone else could figure out a way to bust through this without the clones.
Well, you need the
But
clones to get the
it
3-5 pair, so then.
Say again?
You need the clones to get the 3-5 pair, so you kind of already used the clones at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of routed around it with some cage reflections and stuff.
True.
And the parody here. However, here you would get, let's say that you would get 3-5 there because you noticed. Yeah, I mean, you got this 3-5, so maybe you noticed this region, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so you would notice this one as well. And then I think you would pretty much immediately say, okay, well, these have to be different, obviously, because they're in the same cage. So, you know, we can color them.
You also just get row 1, column 3 as a 1, like immediately with that.
Oh, do you?
Because it needs to be odd. So, and it can't be 3 or 5 because the column. So it needs to be 1.
Okay. That's a little.
You still have to use the regions, but.
You do.
Quite a bit.
Yeah, so what's interesting is that I didn't have to use any of this stuff down here to get all of that. That was just this 2.
Mm-hmm.
And a parity argument. Let me fork this. Because this is unique. And has a decent solve. This parity argument is a little less satisfying than I'd like it to be. But I'm also willing to just keep it.
But...
Yeah, that's fair. I want to play around with it a little bit more. Because the other thing I was thinking of doing, let's just kill these for a second. Is seeing what happened if this was. Let me make a second Dutch whisper. Let's do German whispers, maybe. Bop. Yeah. So what? Oh wait, no. It's still. This would still be this. Bop. Bop. So. Again, these are going to be non-consecutive indicators. So. This still gives you a number of things. It's a little bit weaker. So I think this still has to be 1 or 2. So let me draw out the clones once more. So this still has to be 1 or 2 because we sort of have like a skipping thermometer going on here. So this is the lowest, and then you go up at least one, or you go up at least two, and then you go up at least two, and you have to get to something higher. No, okay, this doesn't work. I remember if this doesn't work because with just the Dutch whispers like this, you can fold back. The only reason it works here is because the difference is a strut, like it's always a 2 difference, so you can't ever turn it back.
Hmm.
Does that make sense? You can't ever like go up and then back down again.
Yeah, right.
So I think this is more or less how it would have to be. I do want to try one more thing. Clear. You guys go away. So there's also doing it like this. Which, if having a cage here is a problem, I can equivalently do this. And you end up with the same setup. But just to play with that for 1 second. So this one, you immediately get a 3-5 here. Like, that's just not even. It's without thinking. And the clones are going to be in these 2 corners. Like that. So, for example, you get this is a 3 or 5. Is a fact about the world. And then if I were to do my same setup here with how to go again. So I just kind of reflect it across here. This is worse, I think. So you immediately get this is even, that can't be 2 or 4. Like, this is just a 6.
Mm-hmm.
Right, because this can't be 1, 3, or 5.
Right.
So you just get 6 for right off the bat.
So the other version uses a lot more of the geometry.
This does, yeah. I think I like this. Even if there is a little bit of what I would consider cheese here, it's still
fairly
interesting.
It's very light cheese, but
yeah. This line is fun because its purpose is to prevent a 2 from going here. Which, if I recall correctly, how do I do this? So this was 2, 4, 6.
Well, if that is the one you're going to go with, we might just move along with the stream, if that's okay. Just to make sure.
Yeah, maybe. Let me just do a real quick, maybe
sure.
like 10 minutes to.
I'll pop over to
MadMahogany,
and then I'll pop back and we'll see. Okay, sounds good.
Sounds good.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Brie, not cheddar. Beautiful.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, I unfortunately hit a deadly pattern. So I've been just trying to fix that. Is it possible if I add like another constraint? Would that be
No,
okay
that's
in case
not a
there's
big
like a
deal.
deadly pattern at the end?
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay. Yeah. I think yeah, I got a little lost in the weeds, so I thought I'd clear it and then just go through these again, because I think one of the constraints I had here broke the puzzle. Like there was not enough flexibility there.
Mm-hmm.
6.
Thank you, David Ratner, for your donation. Just saw that on my phone. Thanks, David. That's a very, very sweet gesture. I always appreciate donations to the cause, the Caterpillar cause, you know. Keeps us going. Pop back with MadMahogany, see what he's doing.
X, 3. 3. 3 and 3.
Well, you do get that 3-5 pair resolved in box 6, at least.
Single 4. 2. It's 2. 5. 2. Okay. Four, 1, 1. 4, 1, 2.
Janine says that she made a deadly pattern and she's fixing it, so I guess we'll go see. Oh, I'm muted. That's why. Janine says she's fixing something, so
Oh, sorry.
I'll be right back. Hey, so you had a deadly pattern with a
Yeah, so I had it like this. Got these. So I could just add another one here. Disambiguate, but feels bad. Like that. Oh, that's broken. Yeah, right.
The one from the one.
This would do it. It's just a lot of random dots. But I think they're not that helpful.
Could add an inequality, Nalrog says.
Could have an inequality that does tend to give you a lot of 1s and 6s. Like difference at least 1 is weaker than an inequality for sure.
Yeah, I suppose.
Got 1 inequality, why not 2? I just don't want to break the cool logic that we've got in favor of like whittling down options based on inequalities and stuff.
I feel like it's kind of hard to whittle down non-consecutive cells.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I just want to do a check, right? Because we got 2 in the same box here, and we got a pretty hefty pencil mark here. So, for example, we immediately know that's not 4. So we get 4 pointing like that. Janine, try not to set Windoku challenge impossible. Shut up, 3. Listen, I've made giant cages my whole personality. It's what it is. But that's actually fairly equivalent to logic I already had, so I can already sort of. Yo, hack a cat. So I think I might be going with this one.
Okay.
Either way, the issues that I'm having are all sort of in this general area and don't touch these 4.
Right.
So
sounds
if
good.
I change anything, these 4 are going to stay stable.
Okay.
I'm fairly certain at this point. So let's go with this for now.
I believe it was 2, 4, 1, 6 in the corner. You want to flash the solution here? Just okay. There we go. Yeah, 2, 4, 1, 6. Yeah.
There we go.
Perfect.
Sick.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me on. I haven't set Sudokus in ages, and it's nice to come back and be a part of the community again.
Yeah, it's good to have you in the community.
Cheers.
Cheers. How's it going? How's it going?
Unfortunately, I think I broke it again. So I'm removing some of the triangle clues,
Okay.
and I'll try adding in a bit more
Concrete
odd
clues?
even or
Yeah,
palindrome
okay.
clues. Yeah, more concrete clues. Yeah, it's very. I think you can't put too many of these because they interact with each other,
Right.
sort of, in ways that you can't foresee. So
Mm-hmm. Well, if that's true, I think that you know that the row 2, column 2 can't be 5. Because if those were 2s, then there's only one place for 2 in column 4, but there's no place. Oh, no, wait. Is there a place for 2 in column 3? I think there actually is. Sorry, my bad. Oh, no, wait. There's no place for 2 in box
oh no,
3.
there isn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I think column.
Oh,
3
column 2, yeah.
does
Column
not have a
3,
space
yeah,
for
is
2
also
then.
bad, yeah. That's true, there's 2 things.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a. Yeah, some of these, the geometry is kind of works unexpectedly.
Mm-hmm. So now you can say that there's definitely a 2 in one of the cell, that those 2 cells that
In
have a
one
2.
of these
Yeah.
2. Yeah. So this being a set of 2s, in these 3, oh, so the 2 has to go here. Which means this isn't a 2. 2's in these 2.
Oh, I see. Clever. Yeah.
I just need to be careful that I don't break it again.
Oh, we have a 1
I
in
think
row 3.
this triangle is done. Oh, yeah. Thank you. That would be.
Oh, and a 3 in box.
Yeah,
There's a
so the only
3 in box 3, so then we get the 1 as well.
Oh.
Okay, well,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
helpful.
I think they should. That's very helpful.
Maybe this resolves? Or close to it?
I hope this one works. 1, 2, 3. This should be. Oh.
We have a
4,
5
5.
in column 3.
Oh, yeah. 5 in column 3. This should. Ooh, bad. This should have 5, 4, 6.
Uh-oh. 1/6 deadly pattern?
Oh, is this a 1/6 deadly pattern?
I think so.
I might just add.
Yeah, like an odd even.
Maybe like an even here. Yeah. At least thematic.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Hopefully, I think this works.
Yeah, I think so.
Should I do just like a quick run through? Or does this
Yeah,
seem...
maybe just to be sure.
That should be sure, okay. Let me just save this a picture of this and keep it separately.
Let me go get Hippo started, and then
Okay.
I'll come back and hopefully
Oh yeah.
it'll be done.
I can tell you the numbers.
Oh, we got it. Don't worry about it.
The number.
Thank you.
Okay. Sounds good.
Mr. Hippo, how's it going?
Good. Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly.
Great.
What are we setting?
I'm in Penpa.
Uh-huh.
I've just been noodling with the letter M.
Okay.
And I was thinking that I can use this letter, use this shape. My outside clues would be skyscrapers. I'm not sure what the lines mean yet, but one thing I was considering was using using these as modular lines, because that could be interesting. This I mean, if this is 5 or 6, 6 would make this a 1. It'd require this to be a 1 or 4. But that would also require this to be a 1, so it can't be 6. If it's a 5, then both of these are guaranteed to be 2s, I think. And 5 and 2 are the same modularity, so this won't be more than 4. I'm not sure it can be 4. A 4 would mean that one of these is a 5 or 6, and that's not possible.
Mm-hmm.
No, that doesn't necessarily have to mean that. If it's 4, one of these has to be a 3 or 6.
Right.
Or 6 is pretty much out. 3, if this was 4 and this was 3, say, and this would also be 3 or 6. And it can't be 6. So that's the hidden, the 3 would be hidden, so that would work. But then this is either 2 or 5, I guess. No. All right, we're pretending this is a 4. 1 and 4, so this is from 2 and 5. If it's a 2, that would make this a 2 again.
5 doesn't work.
And it can't be a 5, yeah. So 4 is possible. This might not be restricted enough, but let's see. Is there anything else that's restricted? What are the maximums here? I mean, these can't. Neither of these can be 6. I think 6 make this 1 and this 2. That would have to be a 3 in order for this to work. So 5 is probably also problematic, but no, actually could be possible, I guess. But then this is these are both 3s, I guess. Oops. And then I need to be either a 2 or a 6 here. So no, so this would then be 4. 3 would be hidden somewhere back here. So that's actually plausible, which is disappointing.
Melrog says, because there's no 6 on the outside, if the 3 isn't in the corner, then there must be a 3 on the outside.
No, these 2 has to be a 3.
I think
What you're saying, there's definitely a...
I think he's saying if the 3 isn't in the middle of the M, then one of the points of the M is a 3. because there's no 6 outside.
Right.
Basically, the middle 3 cells of the M must contain a 3 because they can't contain a 6.
Okay. So let me try something. And instead of making this a different line, make it the same kind of line. It's actually quite a bit more restricted now. Because we're going to definitely see this 6. And again, this is 2, 3, or 4. Let's see. Three or 4. I'm going to take this this other line out for a moment. All right, and we're getting all the way out to here. If this was 4, oops, need solution. If I made this a 4, these would be both the same value. I guess it would have to be. No, we're definitely going to see 5. So this wouldn't be able to be a 2.
I think it just has to be
Wouldn't
3,
be a 1
doesn't
because
it?
it's the same modularity. It has to be a 3. If this is 3, then this is also 3. Making this a 5, this a 2. Okay, that's plausible. And then these are from the 2, 5 family. This 5 is already taken, so this would be 5 and this would be 2, which breaks. Okay. So this is not a 4. But that's kind of, I don't know, could be a
Yeah.
little bit irritating here.
That is a bit much.
I need to find something else. Oh, okay.
I'm just gonna go and make sure MadMahogany is okay, and then I'll be back.
Yeah.
Hello, how's it going? Are we good with this?
Oh, it seems to be working fine so far. So I think it should be good.
Yeah, at least all the red ones have worked out, so we should be okay.
Yeah, so I think the rest of the logic hopefully should be fine.
Yeah. All right, well, thank you so much. Have a good one. Take care.
Oh yeah. Thank you. Should I sharing now?
Sorry? Should you stop sharing now, did you say?
Or I was asking if I should stop the sharing now.
Yeah, you can stop the sharing now. Yeah, that's okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
Bye. All right. Back to Hippo.
Yeah, I changed colors.
Okay. Does it mean something different, or is it still modularity?
Yeah, I'm just toying with the option of it being high-low-ity.
Okay.
Line, either high-low or even the modified German whisper. But that would mean either all 3 of these are low digits, or they're all 3 high digits. I mean, if they're all high digits, then this is obviously a 6. Whoopsies. This would be a 4-5 pair. And then yeah, I can't have a 1 in either of these. 3 and 2 is possible. 3 here, but then it's not German Whisper, of course. It's just a high-low parity. But it has some promise, I guess. This is a 3. This is a 2.
Suppose those
could be a 3, and this would be a 2.
I suppose those could both be 2.
I'm sorry?
I suppose outside the...
These could... Yeah. Uh-huh. That's true.
That one's definitely 2, but the other one could be either one.
Right, this one's 2. But this is definitely a 1-3 pair, and this is a 5.
Alrog says it looks like a Renban right now. Could be Renban high-low.
Yeah, no, we don't need to restrict it quite that much.
Yeah. That would be very, very restricted.
But let's see. Suppose this problem. Whoops. The problem with this line pattern is that it's not particularly flexible. I mean, I can bring it over by 1 like this, but then it's just sort of sitting in the middle of the grid, not really interacting with the edge very much. There's really only one way to interact with the edge twice, other than pointing it out in the other direction. And that, I mean, it's considerably different because it does mean that you've got 2 of one parity and 1 of the other. And because the 6 is blocking things, it's really preventing this from interacting terribly meaningfully, but that's okay. Let's think about this for a bit. So these 3 are the same high-lowity. They would have to be low digits, I think. Yeah, because even if this is as low as 4 and this is even if these are both 4, then that's broken.
Right.
So these are going to be low. This is obviously not going to be a 1. And these are high. This is the 6 is certainly going to be visible, so this can't be a 2. But this is going to be high, 4 or 5. And then these are from 1, 2, and 3. If this is a 2, this would have to be a 6, and that's not terrible. If it's 3, this would be 4 or 5. Unfortunately, that's not going to get us much further.
It would be interesting if you said that they couldn't repeat, because then you could get quite a bit of information. But it probably would cause issues later on.
Yeah. Yeah, issues. Issues in living. It was a school textbook of mine when I was half your age. The textbook called Issues in Living, which I thought was really kind of strange name for a student textbook.
Yeah, that is a very weird name for anything, really.
Let's see, 1 and 2. Okay, so oops, using one of these squares. Just thinking about what this is doing.
Okay, the volunteers are bugging me to go get Prasanna started, so I'll get Prasanna started and I'll come back.
Oh, is Janine finished? Okay.
Yeah. Hello. How's it going?
Hey. Nice. Start.
Oh. Let me... Yeah, you're good to start. I'm just gonna make... you a little bit louder.
How about now?
Much better. How does that sound, stream? All right, what are we setting with? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm thinking like I like the 5 and 6 over here. I think I can use some kind of a group sum or a killer or something.
Okay.
I'll start with a group sum. I feel like that's not gonna be as restrictive, but let's just start with it and see. So I do this and I minimize these. Pretty much forces this to happen, I think. Yeah. We'll worry about the sums later. That's a lot of tabs. This. Okay.
So these are... Remind me, what's
These
group?
are gonna be sums.
Mm-hmm.
These are gonna be sums, but they're gonna be minimal. So
Okay.
what's gonna end up happening is you're gonna need a maximal for the ends, which can only go this way because you have the given 6, right? So
Right.
you need a 4, 5 here, and you need 5 to 7 here. So I don't really care about the sum. See how much it gives me. I could probably make this one the higher one. It's gonna give me some digits. Yeah, I think, oh God, that's too big. This maximizes it. Yep, it's gonna maximize it. Oh, but I can't maximize because I can't have the 3 and 4. It's actually better. So this means I would need a 3, 6 here. And 4 here. Ah, that's gone wrong as well. Okay. I think if I have a 14 here, it's still gonna need a 3, 6 over here. And a 1, 6, 2, but can't. We'll still need a 3, 6 over here. The closest. Sure. To give this sum now. I think any other group sum I give here will be just too much. So,
Hmm.
do something else.
I'm gonna pop back with Hippo. Feel free to continue going, and then I'll be back in a second when you figure out what the next thing is.
Sure.
Hello, Hippo.
Hey. Hi, indeed.
They are urging me to say that row 4, column 0, and row, I guess, 7, column 3, those cells are not necessary.
Row 4, column.
Yeah, so outside the grid, those gray cells, the gray cells, row 4, column 0, it doesn't need to be gray because there's no outside clues. Yeah, I can see your cursor. Yeah, that one doesn't need to be gray. If you want to put a clue there, is all.
Oh. Yeah, the shine is off it now.
Okay.
Just kidding. Let me think. I mean, it's not going to help me because this is definitely a 3.
Okay.
But that's interesting, yeah. So one of these is a 5. Let's see. Oh, whoops. Don't color them. One of these is a 5. The other one is a 4 or 6. So this is definitely high. This is 1, 2, or 3. Yeah. What I could do is, I mean, this clue right here can be as high as 4. So if it nudges its way into the grid, if it's like this, it could be 4 and a low digit. That would dissolve this. So let me. I'm just gonna take a look if this can. If I make this a 4, that would force this to be 6. This would be the other one of 1 and 3. This would have to be 4 and 5. 4, 4, 6. So what now? This is 5. This is 4 and 5. This is 6. Making this a 2. But we haven't caused this to be a 4. This is 2 or 3, doesn't really help. We could, no, this is going to be high. This is, this doesn't have a value, right? No, this is low. No, it doesn't have a value. Okay, that helps. Interesting. Or rather, not interesting. Mostly a bummer. Okay. So Let's see. Oops. They're all line elements from the solution. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, there's no problem. Problem line. Now, what's the maximum here? This can be... This is going to be hidden. So the maximum here, I think, is 3 for this one. So let's just do something cheeky and put a 3 here for a second. 3 means neither of these is 6. All right. So this is 6, 4, 5, and 6. Now this is lower than this. So this is 4. This is 4. This is 5. 4, 5. 6, 4. Makes this a 3.
Sorry, I've been quiet. I'm trying to mess with the audio because apparently it's too quiet. But
My audio? What?
no, it's okay.
I'm not loud enough?
You don't have to do anything. I think I fixed it.
Okay. You're my hero. So if this was a 6, this would be a 6, and we would see the 5. So this has to be 6. Okay. This is not a 2. Okay. 1 or 2 here makes this a 3. This is not a 3 or anything like that. This is a 1 or 2. So what do we have now? What do we have in the world? We have the high and lows pretty much decided, so I can't really change them. Got 3 in this box, 3 in this row, 3 etc. Okay. So the green lines are not going to do anything anymore.
They could do something outside the grid. For example, row 4, column 6. You could just like put that out one cell, and then I think that. Oh no, that.
This is definitely a 4 or 5, right? This is 2. It's always a 2.
Right.
Do we have any flexibility anywhere? I don't think so. Yeah. Yeah. The only thing that can be disambiguated is if this is a 4 or a 5, whether this is a 4 or a 5.
The lines are high-low lines. I'll fly.
Yeah.
We need something that's either 3 or 4, something like that. But I don't see.
Wait. So let me just. This is 6 and 5. Yeah. The
row 6, column 7. Oh yeah, row 6, column 7 is a 3, but that doesn't help with anything.
Okay, this can be a 3 or a 4.
Can it?
One. So
that's what I was looking at before, but then I just
So if this is 4, let's just see how it resolves for a second. I don't know how far we're going to get with that. Oops, I need problem 4, and of course it can just draw a diagonal here. Okay, so whoops, solution Sudoku. Okay, 1, 2. That'd be a 1, 3. This would be 2. This would be 1, 2, 1, 2, and it gets we get that deadly pattern. And chances are this isn't going to do much either, making this a 3. Whoops. Hello. Oh. Oh. And this would be 2 and 1. This would be 3 and 1. Oh, that might do a little more. I don't think so, actually. 2, 1.
Doesn't that resolve?
Yeah, no, that resolves it. Yeah, that does resolve it. So this 3, I mean, this can attach to the M over here.
I think that's the only place
and
it
then
should
it becomes
attach
a
to.
parity. Yeah. Problem line diagonal. Okay. And then I want to take that number out. Okay. So let's go to solution and erase, delete the solution. Okay. Okay, that looks dumb. I mean, okay, we'll figure it out. All right. We have 5 digits here. And this is a 6. This must be a 2. This can be 2 or 3. Can't help it. This is 1, 2, or 3. All right. No, mister, don't make me come over there. You and your yawning.
Sorry.
I'm just kidding. Just this once, I'm kidding. Sorry. This. Okay. Whoops. Very nice. Actually, we're in solution mode now, right? Anyway. So let's just color these real quick. You know, it's kind of. I color these blue for now. And yellow. And green means low. And yellow and blue means to be determined. But these are definitely high. These are low.
That's a decent question. How did we rule out low from the bottom right again? Oh,
Bottom
because that could never be. Maybe it could be.
Okay, I'll back up. I can back up just a second. These would be 2 and 3.
Right.
And this would be like a. I mean, this. Well, 2 and 3. This would be 1. Okay, let's go back. All right, let's go back. Let's just erase everything.
Sorry.
Solution mode. Okay. No, don't worry. I mean, that's fine. I don't remember myself. Okay. So this is a 1. These are 2 and 3. Whoops. Hey, be nice. 2 and 3. This can't be a 6. It would have to be 4 or 5. All right, 4, 5. This is 4, 5. 2, 3, 4. This is obviously a 4. This would be 5. Well, gosh, I don't know, dude. That might be okay. I did a 2 and a 4 here. 1. There's a 6 in one of these squares. 6 and 5 in here. And this 3. Yeah, I guess so. Well, this is again a high digit. If this is high, then this is low, and then both of these are both high. Right? If this was even a 4, this would have to be at most 3, and then this parity doesn't work.
Yeah. That's right. That's harder than expected.
Okay.
And involves something that we didn't have before, but
Yeah, no, I'm glad you asked. And there might be a simpler way to eliminate that.
Yeah.
But I don't mind it. To be honest, I don't mind it. And neither does anyone else who's watching. Anybody mind it? I'm looking at chat. Column 6 clue needs to see 2, 3, 4. Oh, your Pelplay is eliminating it in the. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Hellfly, sorry. Sudoku. This is a 6. This is 4 and 5. This is 2. Whoops. 2. This is 3 or 2. This is 1, 2, or 3. This is an odd even pair. I mean, high-low pair. So these are both green. High-low, high-low. Now, I think if I was to make this high, this would also be high, and that's impossible. So these are low. These are high. These are high.
Actually, maybe that's a better place to start with the puzzle. Because that's just true right out the gate.
Here, yeah. This is definitely a 3, for example. Okay, 4, 5, and 6. And then, I mean, this is 3 and 5 anyway, but we have that result actually. 3, 5. This is 2. Whoops. Good job. Off to a rollicking start. Okay. And these are, of course, as low as anything has ever been. Low, high pair, so this is high. This is, wait, low, high pair, so this is low, right? This is low, so these are high. And then at some point you start saying, who's your daddy? This is a 1, 2 pair, this is 3, 1 or 2. You know, in things like that, yeah, no, I was going to say, in situations like this, you're tempted to say, do I really do these? If I have an unambiguous grid, well, no, forget it. I'm talking nonsense. I'm talking nonsense rather than philosophy. But this is now high. I'm such a good narrator. And this is whoops.
That's high.
This is low. This is low. Okay, this 3 is not helping us yet. Let me just put this in place. Or 6. This is a 5, no other choice. This is my 4, 6 pair. Now, if this was a 4, I'd put a 6 up here. So this has to be 6. This is 4. The 1, 2 pair, obviously. And this is a 2 or 3 at most. This is a 2 or... Actually, this is definitely a 3, right? Didn't we have that already? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a 3. This is low, so if this went 1, 2, 4, then it'd be high. So this is 3, this is 2, this is 1, this is 3, this is 1, this is 2, this is 1. Okay. And then you might be tempted to say, so what? So what? What are you going to do about it? 4, 6, this is 1 or 2, this is a 4. Oops. Good job. 2, 2. Ah, can I type? 2? No, I can't type. 4, it's that simple. 4, 5. This is 6, this is 4, this is 5, 6, this is 5. That makes this 4, 6 pair, making this a 6, this a 5. 3 and 6 here by Sudoku, so that's 4. That's 5, that's 4. This is therefore 3. This is not a 3, not a 2 anymore. And now it doesn't matter what I put here, that 3 is going to be correct. So what's left to do? This is a 1. This is a 2. This is 3, 6, 3, 1. Okay. I think this M here is probably giving too much away, but I don't remember not having fun, so let's just leave it.
Sounds like a good idea. And 3 is kind of like an M on its side, so that is thematic. So.
Right. Little walrus. Okay. Okay, I'll leave that for posterity. Now, how do I do it? I want to share this as a share the solution. Is that how you want it?
Yeah, that should be good.
I need to put a title.
Yeah, we'd like a title as well.
Okay. Wormy.
Editing URL. Actually, editing URL, please.
I haven't clicked on anything yet. Okay. Normal 6x6 Sudoku rules apply.
All right, we're gonna go check out Prasanna's puzzle now. Thank you so much, Glum.
The grid are. Yeah, you're welcome.
Have a good one.
Our skyscraper.
He's invested. Hello, Prasanna. I see you finished.
Hey. Yeah, so you're gonna need the Penpa and what else? The Sudoku pad link, right?
Yeah, yeah, that would be good.
Okay. I need to remember the converter link.
Oh, right.
I'll figure that out.
Don't worry, we'll figure it out off stream, but just show us what you figured out when we left. The sevens, I suppose.
So yeah. I just like the 2 7s there, and they just worked out. So like, it's still group sums, but some of the groups are just 2 cells instead. So
Right.
I mean, this is a bit of a. I mean, you immediately get the 1-6 pencil mark here because of the 7, because of the 5 and 3, but that's fine because I guess we'll get the 5 and 3 later.
Right.
Yeah, but that immediately gives us like the 2 and the 5 and the 3, and
Right.
whole thing gets done, right? So basically we are done with the full left side, and then I like that, you know, there was another 7 sum that just disaggregated this because we have the 2-5 here and a 4-5 4-5 here.
Right.
So you just get the 2 and 5 here, and everything else just solves.
Awesome. Cool. Very nice puzzle. Yeah, so we just need the...
should I just put the pen?
Yeah, the Penpa editing link will be more than enough to get that working.
All right, do that. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Prasanna.
Pleasure. It was fun.
And
yeah, I can't wait to see the full thing.
Yeah, it'll be epic.
Yeah.
All right, see you later. Take care.
Yeah, so I'll end the call, or?
Yeah, that's fine. Bye.
All right.
All right. Let's take one more peek at our big caterpillar, and then we will say sayonara. I'm too tired for the night or for the day. It feels like it's night, but it's not night. Sorry. Trying to reset my sounds to be all the same. Sorry, Nara. Yeah. All right. Look at this beautiful caterpillar. He has many puzzles in him. He has eaten his fair share of puzzles, and he has grown to be quite long and quite beautiful. Look at all these beautiful lines, birthmarks, really. Got some nice candy in there. And there's the head with his little crown of caterpillarness. Beautiful. Could watch this all day. Well, that is it. Thank you for sticking with us. And, oh right, the other thing I meant to say was that Simon and Mark have not yet replied to my email to set. So if you want to see Simon and Mark set a puzzle for this caterpillar, feel free to throw that in the comments section of all their videos. Email them, call them, you know. Just let them know that it's happening. Don't do anything I wouldn't condone. But I'm not sure how to get through the email noise, so I'll levy any viewers who are willing to speak up and ask for help. Yeah, so we'll see if they respond. to the email after that. Yeah, so if you want to see Simon and Mark make a puzzle for this, then send an email, write a comment. More voices, more potential for them to listen. All right, well, see you later and take care and have a good one. We'll see you next time for the 25th, where we'll have another Caterdokupillar stream. And we will set many a puzzle. Bye. Thanks for hanging out.